everyone, or good afternoon if you are joining from other parts of the world. In the United States, I'm in the Pacific Coast, and we are very early in the morning. It's 5:30. It's coming just towards 6 o'clock. And in the East Coast, it's 10 till 8. And we'll be starting 8 o'clock. And I just want to welcome you all and start seeing that, like, whoever is joining. So, all right, give me a second. There is a microphone issues happening here, I've been told. Let me do one more time. Can you hear me better? Okay. So, I can't believe it's been only a year since I was presenting this, hosting it a year ago. And what a year has been. I mean, there's been so many changes in the industry. And being startup, being part of the fast-moving technology, it's been a long and beautiful year. Personally, I was very busy. I had a lot of different things. One of the things that I had was I actually boomeranged back to Microsoft. So I did my startup stuff, and now I'm working with different technologies, etc. Some with enterprise customers, some with startup. But it's been about 2 months that I joined back to Microsoft. But my startup spirit and the startup approach is continuing, and it's been a great couple of years doing startups. I matured a couple of the companies that we built, and I'm so glad to be able to share that at the end of the day for a short presentation talking about canoes out of everything else. How to shoot a target from a moving target from a canoe. And that's how it feels when you're in a startup nowadays. It feels like unless you have a very strong foundation, it's moving, and same way as your target is moving all the time. There's new things comes up. I mean, what's happened even last couple of weeks has been amazing about the artificial intelligence perspective. That where my startup as well playing role is you have GPT Omni, and which is very, very exciting. And Google came up with their own version of it with the image, etc. And even last couple of weeks has been very, very exciting. I'm looking forward to a great group of presenters, and I'm going to learn a lot from them. They come from a very different background and working in different aspects of startup companies. And so we have about 5 minutes, people who are joining in. So in 5 minutes, we're going to start our presentation. I was saying that how exciting last 1 year has been. As I said, this is my second year in a row that I'm hosting this event. I can't believe it's been a year. It feels like it's been the amount of work, the amount of things that happen in 1 year is incredible. And one of the things that's quite interesting, it was a year of special and astronomical stuff. For example, we had the big eclipse, sun eclipse. It was observed in the United States. If you're lucky enough, I've seen a lot of pictures. I was in California. I saw only partial of it, and but a lot of people actually experienced the full eclipse in here. Then people in Seattle, we felt very, very excluded from all these things happening. A magic happened in about a week ago. Last weekend, we had a beautiful day, which is a rare thing, which was no clouds in the sky. Plus, we had one of the biggest sunstorms, which collides very nicely, and we had an incredible northern lights, aurora borealis, in observed in Seattle. And I was lucky enough to 2 nights in a row to be able to experience that. That was one of my bucket lists. I was planning going to Arctic. I was planning to go into Iceland, and it just happened in my doorstep, in my house, in my garden, that I can just look up and see it. It was an amazing from that perspective. And we'll talk about the moving targets, for example. A friend of mine called and said, how lucky you are. I went to Iceland to see the Northern Lights, and we end up not seeing it. And you're lucky enough to be able to see it. So it's been exciting years, and looking forward to another year. And I'm going to learn a lot in the sessions about the startup community and startup areas that people are providing. And thank you very much for Glorium Technologies for thank you very much for Glorium Technologies to organize this event. I think one of the great systems that they put in regularly bring up this type of events. I'd like to introduce next is Rachit. Rachit is a technology CIO type of person. Hey, Rachit.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Rachit has been started Netflix, Intuit, Atlassian, but now he's part of the Paylocity, and he's an engineering and product leader. And I'm looking forward to hear about how you automate your HR tasks. But what you said in your site is very important, all inclusive, and create promote job satisfaction for HR and related fields. And I am so jealous of the view that you have back there.
It is beautiful, isn't it? It's a little windy. I hope you can hear me okay.
For you? I heard the sirens. Are they looking for you?
Maybe yes.
Welcome, and thank you very much for joining in. And I'm looking forward to hearing your session.
Absolutely. Thank you, Murat. Thank you for the intro. Good morning, everyone. I am in the island. It's beautiful up here. After this session, that is what I'm going to do. I look forward to that. But I was very excited about this session as well. If you can post where you're from, that would be great. So that when we know how much coverage, where are people coming from? It's always good to know and connect with people from all the different geos. Today, we'll talk about leadership development. And it won't start with a success story. It will actually start with a failure of mine, what I learned, and how it helped me become a better leader. With that story, I will also share a framework, and then we can talk about a few examples on how to apply those frameworks to be more strategic in the thought process. With that, let me share my screen. Window, entire screen. All right. Can you see my PowerPoint? I cannot read chat. So if someone can say, or let me switch over. Murat, do you see my PowerPoint? Yes or no?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay,
Very
perfect. All right. So quick intro. I'm Rachit Lohani. I am the Chief Technology and Product Officer for Paylocity. We are in the business of developing HR technologies. What does that mean? We support SMBs or small medium businesses in the US, like employees up to 5, 6, 8,000 businesses, and we provide them with technology that will help them build better businesses and operate businesses at scale. We provide technologies around payroll, benefits, performance management, one-on-ones. How do you build a better community of professionals? How do you galvanize people, excite people, and keep them focused on the target? Because we know running a business is like running a sports team. If the teams connect, collaborate, and communicate, you have the winning formula. And that is what differentiates winners from the mediocre crowd, right? And you always want to be that winner crowd. So we help build better culture by providing these tools and technologies so businesses can be successful. If you're looking for an HR solution, let us know. We are the most modern when it comes to HR tech. We are the highest rated when it comes to iOS and Android stores. So we're doing a lot of phenomenal work in tech up here, scaling the businesses and helping a lot of SMBs, over 36,000 plus businesses in the US. With that, today, we'll talk about what do you need to do to advance your leadership career. About 13, 14 years ago, I got my dream job as an executive, my first leadership role. And it quickly turned into my best learning experience. And this is what happened. So I was at AOL, large scale. We were doing a lot of things. Back then, it was cutting edge. And then I moved on to join. So AOL was 10,000 plus people. And then I joined a startup, about 200, 250 people, growing at a decent rate in ad tech space and doing well. This was the first time I had the executive leadership role. So I didn't have a lot of experience. But in my head, I was like, it's just a bigger team, more scope, and I'm accountable for technology. How different could it be? And I was in for a surprise. Because as you keep climbing, as you keep maturing your career, you would see a transformational shift at certain levels. One of them happens when you move from an IC role to a manager role. You have to unlearn a lot of behaviors and learn new behaviors because your success criteria changes. Similarly, from a managerial role, when you get into a larger team role, when you're managing teams, that changes again. You have to unlearn some certain things and relearn or learn newer things. And that happens again when you take an executive role. You have to unlearn leaders of leaders attributes and relearn or learn new things about the executive role. So in this role, it was 6, 9 months. It was time for my feedback. And I was very upbeat, very excited. So I went out for a few beers with the CEO. I'm learning to understand, or essentially hear it from him, how wonderful I am, right? So had a couple of beers and then he started to talk. He shared all the wonderful things that I had done. He was like, oh, we love the leadership style. You're doing phenomenal work. We love all the technical changes that you have done. I appreciate the tooling changes that you brought in that has improved the efficiency, yada, yada, a lot of good things. And then he ended with, but Rachit, I need you to be more strategic. That was a shocker for me. In my head, I was being very strategic. I was doing all the right things. I was focused on technology. I was partnering well with everyone, all the functional units, and getting results. So what was not enough? What was I lacking? I asked more questions, more follow-ups, but I did not get a clear answer. So in my head, I resigned that, saying that it's not true. I'm actually a very strategic leader. So I did what everyone would do. I sent out a survey to my teams and all of my peers, asking them a few questions. And the last question was, do you understand the strategy? The consistent answer from everyone, even from my own team, was no. We are very excited about the technical changes, but we don't understand how does it fit in the bigger macro. We don't understand the why behind these changes. We don't know how this will get us to the next level. Actually, we don't even know what the next level is. And that was a moment of epiphany for me. That is when the light bulb went off. And I was like, wait. So all the things that we're doing, no one seems to understand the actual strategy. It's all based on mostly trust. So I was like, okay, tonight I'm going to write down the why behind it. And I sat down and wrote it. And I soon realized I was just practicing. I was just putting the best practices in practice. Even I wasn't sure of the outcome that I was expecting from these things. So the dream job that I took, thinking I would kill it, became the best learning experience for me. So what happened? I worked hard. I worked really hard, long hours, did my job really well, and was seeing the results. But that is not what the expectation was. How many times has it happened to you when, if, from your perspective, you are seeing the right results by putting in a lot of effort and you're seeing the outcomes? But still, the impediment is you did not get a promotion. People still see you as a tactical leader. They don't understand where you're going with this. And you struggle to articulate or put it in writing why we did certain things. If you have experienced that in the past, then this is for you. These are my learnings over past 10, 15 years. I've employed them multiple times and I've gotten the right results. So my hope is with this conversation today, in next 10, 15, 20 minutes, we'll be able to uncover one situation and walk away with one framework that we all can use to be more effective at what we do. The key assumption here is everyone on the call today is highly technical. You all know how to do the job. You're really good at it. And this is the reason why you are so successful. So let's add a catalyst to it and take you to the next level. The first thing that I struggled with was, what's the difference between a job and a role? I was very good at my job. I was technical. I was clearly driven by metrics. I knew how to synthesize data, and I could document things really well. I could produce the right artifacts. All that made me a very tactical leader. You all see the need to be a tactical leader. It is required for one to be successful in day-to-day operations, in the day-to-day working. And then I learned about my role at the company, which was ever evolving and ambiguous. That is what is required for me to get promoted to the next level, or just promoted internally. It is focused on the how. That means more evangelism. And it ties the business outcomes to the work that we do today. So if you were to summarize it, success is one's ability to tie outcomes together to galvanize people. The two things, very critically, outcomes and people. Because remember, business is a team sport. If you remove all the players from a team, there is no team. There is no concept of a team. So there is no winning or losing anymore. So you got to galvanize those people and give them clear artifacts and measure them based on outcomes. So till then, I always conflated job with my role. The two different things, and you need to think about them differently. And as you keep maturing in your role, you will start to see the role becomes more and more critical for one to be successful. So you start to focus more on that aspect, which is ever evolving, ambiguous part of the role. And one thing that you'll notice is as you keep growing in your role, people start to expect more from you, more in terms of you being a thought leader, being a strategic leader, goals, setting expectations, having executive presence. I struggled with all of these terms because no one would clearly articulate it to me. How can I become a thought leader? What does that even mean? How do I become a storyteller? I'm not a storyteller. I'm not a magician. I'm an engineer at heart. I build products. I'm a product manager with practice. I understand businesses. I'm not here to tell stories to people. But what they don't tell you is, what does it mean to be those aspects in particular context of business? How do you acquire these skills, augment your technical capabilities or product management capabilities or business acumen, and galvanize people? Because remember, there are two core things: people, the outcomes. As a leader, you bring the two together closer, and it always starts with people. People are driven by mission, vision, and that is where you need the storytelling part. People look up to people who can provide clarity. This is where thought leaders become critical. People want to follow people with conviction, people who have an insight into the future. This helps you become more executive. People like where missions resonate. So setting goals, setting mission, setting a vision becomes more and more paramount for one's success. So today, we will talk about how do you acquire those skills in just next 2 or 3 slides. So you ready? All right. So we talked about this a little bit. The skills that we need to acquire is the strategic mindset. What does that mean? Leaders who have the acumen to predict the future so they can place bigger bets and get bigger rewards out of it. That means as a leader, you're able to predict what next 2, 3, or even 5 years would look like. And when you have conviction, you place bigger bets on those areas, on those deliverables, on those projects, thereby making sure the company is successful once we hit that milestone. A really good example from Paylocity's playbook. About 4 or 5 years ago, or 3.5, 4 years ago, Paylocity as a company, we knew Gen Z is entering the work phase. So you will have more and more people with different expectations walking into the workplace, asking more different questions. And we knew most of the leadership won't be ready for it. So we did quick surveys about Gen Z population, how they think, how they operate, and figured out that they are more about DEIA. They're more about the extraneous factors, the extraneous impact of a business. They're more about the culture and collaboration. They're more about co-creation. They don't like the hierarchical aspect of it, of the business. They want more collaborative environments. They prefer more communication. So keeping those things in mind, we placed a big bet in building a product called Community, which was geared towards solving for the Gen Z population. The outcome of which was Paylocity became the fastest growing HCM company in the US, addressing the SMB market. That shift happened on a course of 3 to 4 years. How did that happen? Was because it was fueled by that strategic mindset of craving consistency and trying to predict what the future would look like so we can place the right bet. And this bet paid off really well. And it still is. It's our fastest growing product that resonates a lot with our customers, and no one has it. And it will take them a few years to build that out. By that time, we would move on to something else. We're actually working on 3 different products already. That highlights the strategic mindset. And we all can do it. We just need a clear framework on how to think about it. So this example was focused on how a $1 billion plus company pivoted and focused on certain areas to cater to a future problem statement. We all can apply this in our day-to-day. We all might work with a lot of leaders, be leaders ourselves, have teams working for us. As a leader, how are you leveraging business and people to create that clarity for everyone? This also helps a lot with managing up, because when you're talking to your manager, you start to bring more and more business acumen to table, thereby creating a very productive debate on what should be our strategy. So you shift away from having a very tactical conversation around I did A, I did B, I did C, to it being we should do A, we should focus on B, maybe we should drop C. It's all future focused. And the more future focused conversations you have, the more earlier buy-in you can work on, thereby ensuring you're focused on the right priorities, thereby driving the right outcomes, which leads to more growth for you personally. So I'm very excited to share this framework with you. So I'll repeat the key things again. The most important thing for any business is its people. People operate in teams. Teams come together to form departments and organizations. Organizations come together to form a company. So the atomic element of that is people. All of these people have come together to solve a business problem. As a strategic leader, your job is to make sure you can connect people to your business problems and help them see what you are seeing. Thereby, they start to see you as a strategic leader who is 6, 9, 12, 18 months ahead of the business, thereby figuring out what could go wrong, where can we be more successful, and bringing those insights back to the team. So let's start with this. So we'll talk about in next 2 slides, I'll talk about the different stages of business, and those stages are applicable to people. And then we'll talk about how do you leverage that information of figuring out where is the stage of the business and what is this phase of people. How do you tell that story to get to the right outcomes? All right, with me so far? Let's dive deep. So the phase of a business, which is, or stage of the business, can be broadly classified into 5 different categories. And it sometimes correlate to the age of the company, but the pace at which we are moving, that becomes immaterial. Stage 1 is about existence, where you are just born. You're figuring out what is your product, what do you want to do? And this does not mean you are a startup. It could mean you are a small team that is just born out of need, out of necessity. Could be in a large organization. You could be Google, Amazon, Netflix, or anyone. Or you could be startup A, startup B, startup C, that is just given a new mission that you want to go after. In this phase, you will experience the crisis of leadership. That means leadership is still not defined. No one knows who the leader are. You could have managers. You could have GMs for that business. But leadership is different. Leadership is the person who goes out there, understands the market, builds conviction, and brings back insights and tells the team on what we should think about, how should we think about it, and debate on the why behind it. How is this done? It's done through creativity. So if you are in that stage, you look around and see if there is no consensus. You see if you don't have clear plans. You see if there is chaos. That is the perfect opportunity for you to become the leader in that space by bringing in more creativity, by asking more questions, because you're surrounded by really, really smart people. Your goal is to make sure you can harness the creativity. You can be that catalyst who would push the team forward together. How do you do that? It's usually by creating more connections, connecting people with others, connecting different companies. If you're solving a problem, like as an example, you're building an identity solution for your company, a large scale company. What do you do in that case? You connect them to other players who do it at scale, maybe Okta, maybe AWS, maybe Google. You figure out who these people are. Go up on LinkedIn, send them connection requests and tell them your problem statement. So you can bring these experts into your circle of influence and make more connections. So people start to see how you are adding value in this phase. Once that part is done, you move on to the next one, which is survival. So you have a product. You're starting to see product market fit. So you have direction, and now it's about execution. When that happens, we start to get bogged down with a lot of paperwork, a lot of red tape. Why is that? Because that is the best way we can control our destiny. We see more efficiency in those methods. This is where you will start to push in the other direction of autonomy. You will preach more and more autonomy. You will start to write down the operating principles. So once you have principles and frameworks, no one has to ask for approvals. You make your assumptions walk through principles and the frameworks, and you'll get the answers consistently. This is the reason why principles are critical. A company without principles, you will see them following a lot of paperwork, a lot of rigid processes. They become process heavy. You start to slow down already. When that happens, your good people would leave because they need more autonomy. And you provide that autonomy by providing them with the right frameworks, right principles. So key focus is principles, also known as direction. So in this phase, if you want to be a really good leader, write down what are the core principles on which you all agree. This is how we will operate. And if you follow the principles, you don't need any approvals. And if you break something, we will revise and revisit these principles. So these are constantly evolving rules of engagement. What do you do? It helps you retain the best talent. It helps you attract even better talent. It because people are now excited about stage 2, walking into stage 3. We know processes work. So we end up, and this happens to a lot of companies, by the way, they end up hiring a lot of layers because you saw an explosive growth. As humans, we are really good optimizing for the short term. We are terrible when it comes to longer term planning. All are culprits of that. Like if you are running, easily double it and reduce the scope by half. Because who's running? Who's at the helm? Who's pulling it forward?
Rachit looks like he's having
that happens.
sound.
Yep.
Some connectivity issues, but you're back there.
Sorry, I missed it. Say it
No problem.
again.
You had some sound issues, but
Okay.
it looks like
Got it. Can you hear me now? Murat, can you hear me now?
Yeah. You're breaking up sometimes, but you're good.
Okay. I blame the internet. Beautiful location, but they have terrible internet.
All right.
And I'm wired in as well. So now you have entered stage 3, you're seeing more success. In this phase, you'll be more successful if you apply the principles of delegation. And that happens when you principles say, or director or VP, you own these principles and you can change them as you like. So you keep delegating more and more to more people, thereby empowering and establishing control closest to where the magic is being done of the software, closest to the people who are solving the problems for the customers, closest to the people who are selling the solution. So this, and then after that, you're still successful, you're seeing phenomenal growth, you've gotten to a certain scale, you will start to run into bureaucracy because all these teams, now they have control, right? That is what we did in last phase. We delegated all of that. And now as a leader, your challenge would be around coordination. How do you make consistent decisions? How do you do that? Start to think more about office of the PMO, a project management office that brings everyone together. Decisioning does not sit with them. It sits with the respective leaders, the functional leaders, the managers, the VPs, the directors. But you need more and more coordinated decisions, more focus on outcomes, bureaucracy from the system, remove turf wars from the system, removing he said, she said from the system. You don't want that. And a lot of companies in stage 4 lead to slower growth and slowly leading to demise because of bureaucracy. It's pretty common. Happens to all of us. But as a leader, once you have this framework, you can apply it and understand that I'm in phase 4 of my growth. And the challenge that I will run into is bureaucracy. What am I doing to mitigate that risk proactively? Thereby ensuring people have the right control, people have the right delegation capabilities, and at the same time, we are making decisions as one team, as one product, as one company, as one team. That's the goal. And once you are stage 4, everything is going well, you get into stage 5. Most of the time, you'll be asked to produce P&L. And on top of that, the questions changes to your EBITDA, your free cash flow margin, what's your gross profit, your net profit. You focus more and more the balance sheet part of it. So you start to focus, you work on the business to figure out where are these efficiencies. But what you have built so far, you have connected the teams with a lot of other companies at scale in stage 1. You've written down your core principles, how you operate. You've delegated all of them to the managers, the VPs, the directors, so that everyone knows their roles and are clear about their job and the outcomes. You've removed bureaucracy from the system by ensuring you have a central coordination team, like the office of the PMO. And now you work with your finance teams to look at the whole product end to end, figure out where can we remove inefficiencies from, thereby improving scale, improving margin. And as a leader, when you start to ask questions in that direction, that sets you up for success. So to repeat it all again, stage 1, you connect the dots, you connect your teams, your people with other companies, other products who've done this problem, who've solved this problem, so they can get more insights. When you enter stage 2, it's all about direction. So you write down principles. on how you want us to operate, or be a champion for those principles. Stage 3 is through delegations. You focus maniacally on roles and expectations. This is where writing job descriptions become critical, having the right levels become more and more important. And the next stage for business is through growth, takeoff. You try and remove bureaucracy from the system. And you do that by establishing Office of the PMO, enabling more and more coordination. And the last form is around collaboration. How do you foster more collaboration? By bringing these different functions together. So this is how you think about the business. So in every meeting that you show up, you first try and assess, what stage am I at? Once you understand the stage of your company or your product, you start to ask more and more questions around the risks. How are you mitigating those risks? This makes you a better storyteller. This makes you a more strategic thinker, because you're not solving for today. You know what could happen, what could go wrong, and you're mitigating risks, keeping those in mind. So people will lean more on you to predict the future. And the more you practice, the more you do, the more successful you become. So once you figured that part out around business and people, one exercise that helps me a lot is every 90 days, I look at this chart, and we'll post it on Glorium's website as well, so you have access to it, to figure out where am I spending most of my time and why. Because that tells me, one, what am I biased towards, or two, what am I interested in? And then three, marry it with the stage or the phase of the company and see if I'm focused on the right things. Because as a leader, I could be spending a lot of time with my CEO when my people need me, when the turnover is really high. I should be spending more time there. So every 90 days, I do a reset of my calendar to understand what is my breakdown, where am I spending time, and the why behind it. What results do I expect from it? And if it's a mismatch, then I change my calendar and focus on the things that would really matter in the next 90 days. So this is a cool trick that someone taught me, and I've been practicing this for over 6-7 years now, and it's helped me a lot. Every quarter, look at your calendar. There are a lot of tools who would do the analytics for you and will tell you, where are you spending your time? Map it to this and figure out, are you spending time in the right place, on the right calls? Because a lot of times we all complain, we have too many meetings. And guess what? We are responsible for our own calendar. We are all grown-ups, but we don't take the charge because we have no data, no insights. And there is little reason for us to change anything because we don't know what good looks like. This is what good looks like. You're being deliberate, you're being proactive.
Hi, Rachit. We are running out of time, unfortunately.
Okay.
And there's incredible amount of questions out there on the chat, and one of them is being when you interview people, hire execs, how do you assess if a leader is strategic or not? I'll just give the other one that I appreciate if you can answer some of the questions afterwards in the chat in there.
Got it. The question was, you have interviewed and hired executives. How do you assess if a leader is strategic or not? That's a really good question. So over the past 5 years, I've interviewed over 100 plus VPs for certain roles in design, engineering, data, infrastructure, product, and others. One of the key parts of a strategic leader is their ability to connect business with the macro. So they would always start with, this is where I fit in the overall spectrum. This is where my business fits in the overall spectrum. This is what my balance sheet looks like. These are the problems, because the reality of any business, numbers don't lie. If you have insights into the financials of a company, you can predict what stage they are in, how should they operate, what the next focus would be. So as strategic leaders, it's paramount on all of us to understand the balance sheet. So if you are a public company and you want to be a really good leader, spend time on your balance sheet, on your cash flow statements, to understand where do we need to focus on, understanding the high-level metrics for any SaaS company, and ensuring all of your strategies, the work that you do, are pushing the company in the right direction.
Thank you. Rachit, it was very insightful. I love the stages of the companies. When you're in a startup, you feel always in the survival and existing part of it, and everybody's dream to move towards forward. But some people actually thrives and loves that stages in the beginning. And I experienced both of sides, and I really enjoy it. And thank you very much for joining from a beautiful place. I'm just jealous of you that you're gonna go to the sea after this. But thank you for joining in, and thank you for insights. There's a lot of questions on the chat. I really appreciate if you answer them today.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, Rachit. Well, is anybody feels like dummies? Well, our next speaker, Klaus Jansen, is an amazing person. He wrote 5 for dummies books. So things like hybrid cloud for dummies. But then he moves on to a much more like how to do a full body healthcare for dummies type of stuff. He started his career in a bank in Denmark, then moved into IBM, then moved into CVS Health, which is, I think, he's been concentrating in last part of his career until now is on health. And I'm looking forward to it. I love to hear your insights on that, and looking forward to hear about the work that you are doing. And I'm a cancer survivor, and I'm happy to whenever people are doing an amazing job on the healthcare stuff. Hi, Klaus. How are you?
Good. How are you? Good morning.
All right. I hope you enjoyed the weekend with the Northern Lights.
I missed them. It's like, because I had set my alarm clock. I missed them on Friday. It was like terrible. I was so bummed. And then there was no video on Saturday, but maybe some
next time. Hopefully.
Next time. So, well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining. So we're going to have an interesting conversation around, innovation and what it means to the business. I will have no slides. So you're going to have to live with that. You can see me live. If you throw questions into the chat, I'll try to respond to them as we go along. 25 years in the C-suite across 2 countries, 3 industries, and different sizes of organizations. And I think we all understand that some things are different depending on whether you're in a large organization or in a much smaller organization. But some things are actually the same. The dynamic that sits in the intersection between what you might call the business, technology, and people. What I've found over the last 3 decades is that many of those things are the same. So if you look at innovation, it's really about a mindset. It's about how do you think about problems. I've heard so many people say innovation is something that we need a team to do. I respectfully disagree. I think innovation is fundamental. It's something that you should do in your day job. It shouldn't be something done by a particular team. It shouldn't be something done on the side. It should be front and center in everything you do every day as technology, product, and business leaders. And the reason is quite simply that the world keeps changing at an increasing pace and speed. And the art of the possible keeps evolving. So unless you make innovation part of your DNA, you are inevitably going to fall behind, and that never ends well. Now, it is important to start thinking about what different kinds of innovation are there, right? Not all innovation is this big bang, everything all of a sudden changed, overnight, over a long period of time. A lot of innovation is just incremental. So there's this taxonomy that talks about innovation, and I would expect of any team I've ever led that they're mindful of incremental innovation all the time. Focus on making what already exists better, right? This is often about process. It could be about product. It's almost always about experience. So Making the experience better for people. That's innovation. Making a process more efficient by doing it differently. That's innovation. Tweaking a product so it has a better market fit, which is really important, in particular in the early stages of a company. That's innovation. So innovation in the J job, I think is pretty fundamental to how you think about continuing to stay current and be in the loop of how you meet not just the needs of your customers where they are today, but the real task is to meet them where they're going. So you kind of need to think ahead, sometimes 6 months ahead, sometimes a year ahead, etc. And then there's the more fundamental change. Call it radical. I'm changing fundamentally how I do something. So think of the replacement of people by automation or by AI models. Pretty radical. It doesn't change your business, but it certainly changes how the business is done. Don't happen quite as often. They do happen. They're an important part of what it means to evolve your business, evolve your organization, evolve your technology portfolio. So radical change fundamentally changes how things are done. It doesn't change what's being done. It's very centered on value. And once in a while, you get to transformation. Now you're actually changing the product. That means changing the engagement model. It often means changing the culture of the organization that you work for. There's a quote out there from Henry Ford, and I believe it was early 1900s. He said, if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Yet here we are. And we basically went through a transformation that changed society, and we couldn't imagine having horses and not machines do all the things that we do with trucks and cars and whatnot. What's really fascinating is how that happened. So let's pick a little bit more at what is innovation. There's actually some inspiration you can get from, of all things, patent law. Patent law has been around for a long time. What does it mean that something is patentable? It means three things. It has to be novel, not new, novel. Right? So this has to be something that isn't just a new car I'm buying. The concept of a car isn't new. It has to be novel. It has to be non-obvious. So it has to be something that not everybody knows. You can't actually patent something that's obvious to someone who is well-versed in the art of whatever it is you're trying to innovate within. It has to be valuable. That last part, super important. So let's go back to this whole notion of the automobile. Have you ever wondered why the power of an engine is measured in horsepower? Because that was the compare. Wanted faster horses, and instead I got this internal combustion engine. But I wouldn't need to measure multiple horses of power if all I was doing is transporting myself around. The reality is the actual success of the internal combustion engine of cars and trucks was actually more on the truck side. It was more about not moving people faster because the horse was actually faster, it was more reliable, but it couldn't carry as much. So this whole notion of a truck was what was valuable in the internal combustion engine. You could scale up the power of a horse, and you can carry much bigger loads. I think that's a great example of how transformational change is centered around value, and these fundamental sources are about thinking outside the box, almost sometimes saying, what box? I'm not seeing the box. So that's the nature of innovation, ranging across incremental, radical, and transformational, and really pushing it into the day job. So next question. All right, that's great. You're talking about innovation, but where does that live in the intersection between business and technology? I said that a lot of my career has been in that sweet spot between business, technology, and people. I would argue that for most organizations, technology is the business. You will find people that disagree, but find any company out there and then ask yourself, could that company actually continue to succeed without technology at all? Arguably not. Not only do we use technology for continuing to operate our increasingly large organizations. We don't do everything by pen and paper, but they're also often part of the product. If you think about consumerism, if you think about personalized messages, if you think about, let's pick another one, digital twins. What's a digital twin? It's a digital representation of something, a device, a system, a process, a person. Think about all the companies that we tend to admire. All of them have some amount of digital pixie dust, where they have a digital representation of part of their ecosystem. It could be a smart car. There's a lot of software in modern cars. It could be a smart city. It could be a smart electricity grid that optimizes itself and self-heals. It could be, and increasingly in healthcare, it is a digital representation of a population or an individual, because in that way, we can find better ways of helping people live healthier lives. There's this notion, and I have it in my latest For Dummies book, Whole Person Care Transformation for Dummies. I talk about the notion of an ambient solution. It's not actually unique to healthcare. What's an ambient solution? An ambient solution is the combination of a good, robust structural understanding of your environment, of intelligent sensors that give you meaningful data streams, and then models that can filter signal from noise and are able to just be aware and be your, good-natured monitor of everything going on. And it's invisible when you don't need it, but it pops up and says, hey, you need to do something when it's necessary. If that's because something eminently is bad is going to happen to an electricity grid, or it's because you really should take this healthy action, the principle is the same. Right? So we can instrument our environments, and we can have benevolent, intelligent models look out for us. I'm not actually afraid of Big Brother watching. I think ultimately we'll find that these technologies are going to be for the good, because they will help people live more insightful lives, and they will give us the learning, the understanding, and the ability to interact with the system to make our own decisions as to what we are and are not going to do. So I'm very excited about that. And what's interesting about it is a combination value. It's not about wearables or sensors in isolation. It's not about AI models in isolation. It's not even about just one kind of AI model. Like, the innovation really is, the value is in the combination of predictive models, generative models, sensors, devices, and a whole bunch of data we can put together using data integration values. Right? So I'm excited about living in times where you can take these kinds of composite dynamic forces across the technology spectrum and put them together for meaningful society level transformation. And that brings me back to, basically the last component of this is, so what about your team? What about the culture? What about breaking through the scale barrier? How do you take ideas from, I just got started, to actually now I've succeeded at scale? More than anything else, I found that's the mindset. It's about team culture. It's about identity. It's about understanding who you are as a team. If I were to give you just one piece of advice as you grow your organizations, it would be that. Make sure that there is a very strong team identity, that everybody understands what we're trying to do. And as your organization scale, that gets harder. Because if you're, a dozen people, one Scrum team, you're all sitting in one room, virtual or physical, it's easy to stay in touch. But when your organization grows to 30 people, 75 people, 200 people, at some point you get to the scale where everybody doesn't know what everybody else is doing. It isn't practical. So how do you maintain team identity? And how do you make sure that as a leader, your main job is to be the chief storyteller, to make sure that everybody understands the story that we're trying to tell, be that incremental change, radical change, or transformational change, and that everybody understands what that story means to them. So when you get to a certain point in your journey, you're going to need to name a chief storyteller. And I'll tell you, if you don't have a chief storyteller, your evolution is going to be slower. you're going to have a harder time moving from project to portfolio, because that's part of it. As you grow larger, you need to think through, how do I take not just one project and run it well, but now I'm running 4 projects in parallel. Now I'm running a dozen projects in parallel, and they all have to come together on what my roadmap looks like. And I have to rethink what that means in terms of how I think about my portfolio. Because my portfolio is now something that has to work together, not just a single solution in isolation. One of the things I've found helpful personally is shift your focus from what the solution does to who it's trying to help. When you have more moving parts, seeing it through the lens of the end user experience, applying principles of design thinking is very often a good way of creating the right mindset that's all about delighting people. People talk about minimal viable. Okay, what's the minimal you can build? I always found that it's more interesting to talk about minimal delightful. How can you delight in the small? The people that you're trying to help, the people you're trying to sell to? How can you shift your perception of portfolio from just a set of building blocks that happen to be working together to, no, actually, my main objective is to help a particular audience. So instead of thinking about platforms through the lens of technology, how about thinking about platforms through the lens of your end user? So you wouldn't have a platform that was a cloud platform. You would have a platform that was, this is my health consumer platform. This is which basically serves the health consumers, and that is made up of a bunch of technology. This is my clinical platform. It helps all the clinicians that are out there. So that's, that audience. This might be my internal operating platform. So rethink how you drive a technology roadmap and say, it's really not about how I build technology assets. It's about how I create a more meaningful experience for key audiences out there. Now, as a famous, US author might say, John Didier, you can't be sure about anything ever, but you can seed the ground for at least having a managed journey so that things don't just happen to you, but you're trying to influence the journey and be mindful of where you want to be 1 year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, not just in terms of technology capability, but in terms of product market fit and in terms of the experience that you're going to unlock. And that's going to be hard work. To quote Mark Twain, opportunity is missed by many because it's dressed in overalls and it looks like work. I've always tweaked that when I've had the conversation about innovation with my team and changed it to innovation is missed by many because it's dressed in overalls and look like work. Like, look, innovation is hard work. Embrace it, but also be mindful of its dynamics, some of which I've talked about. There is obviously much more. And my last quote is going to be, one from Albert Einstein, who said, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. And I would add, but in the end, it's all worth it because you managed to create something that's different than what existed before. To me, that's the beauty of innovation and why I've spent my entire career in this space of trying to help create a better world. So that was the prepared remarks in about 20 minutes. I left about 5 for whatever questions are out there. I'm not seeing any in the chat right now unless I missed them.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it as well, but this is amazing. I mean, I think you give a very interesting point of view in there that it is important to be able to not only have the inspiration but you're willing to do the perspiration as well. And overall, when you look at it, how do you see the new companies as a startup? What are the type of people that you would like to see if you have a startup yourself?
I would go for people that have a deep interest in learning. that are explorative minds that embrace the notion of innovation in the day job. And you can ask questions that ferret out. Look, there's this whole thing around a behavioral interview, but it tends to be retrospective in terms of what did you do in your last job. I actually like to try to ask people questions about how are you going to think about your next job.
Okay.
So asking them questions about how you're thinking about this company that you might join, how you think about the industry, what was the last interesting article you read, what do you think your strengths and weaknesses are in terms of thinking ahead, asking them what their opinion is about innovation. And the very last question I always ask people in an interview is a funny one, because I asked them, what question have I not asked you, but I should have? and I sort of forced them to move outside their box of prepared remarks, because everybody knows what questions you're going to get. Oh, then here's this interview where, senior executive, and he asks you what you should have asked.
Yes.
So I'm taking you out of your comfort zone. I think that's a good way of ferreting out which people have the mindset for continuous learning and a knack for thinking ahead.
There's a comment from Anton. What as a startup in the startup landscape, I'm just abbreviating, paraphrasing it. How do you see technology for drive innovation and growth within resource-constrained environments?
And I think the key word here is resource constraint. And look, we never have enough resources. By the way, that goes for large organizations as well as small, because in large organizations, you just put resources on just running what you have. But so resource constraints are, inevitable in any environment. I think being super clear on value, learning as a technology leader, the value of money and resources, actually understanding the financials of what you're building, not just on the technology side from a spend perspective, but also the dynamics of how that gets turned into product. So turn yourself into the storyteller that can translate between the business value. Get really good at building business cases. I've heard so many times someone say, well, I'm waiting for the business case. No, actually, that's our job as technology leaders. We have to build the business case, because we are the translators, the storytellers that connect the dots between what the business desires to do in terms of evolving the market and what is possible on the technology side. So we have to learn to be really good at building business cases, which will all help guide our team. So there's another one that says, what strategies are most effective in fostering culture innovation? I say, Konstantin, great question. And I don't know that I have a recipe, right? Because it's like, if you've seen one,
a magic word that says,
I sometimes wish I had a magic one. Yes. But I'd say, talk about it. Actually sit down and have the conversation in your team. It's a very simple thing, but putting innovation on the agenda, not as something abstract, but taking the time as a leader to have that discussion with your team. I actually, I run innovation classes. I sit down for a whole day, even in a team of 2,000, I sit down for a whole day. Sometimes I have to travel to go different places, and I have a full day long conversation. If you can't do a full day, 2 hours, right? But I sit down with my teams and just have this kind of conversation that says, what is innovation really? What does that mean for our self-perception and identity? What is our role in driving business and technology innovation? And how are we going to turn innovation into something we do in the day job? So is that a strategy? Maybe. I think it's more about how you shape the culture and have the conversation. And that's a good start. Then you can drive a strategy on how you're going to do it later. And there was another one that says, how do you approach management and decision-making? There are different kinds of risks. There are risks you take where the consequences are reversible. If the consequences are reversible, time is your enemy. Now, you can't be certain about anything ever. That was one of the quotes that I chose, and it's a really good quote. Can't be certain about anything ever. So if this is reversible, time is your enemy, because you can't actually get back the time you wasted trying to make a decision. Don't be rash.
Yes.
Be thoughtful, but make a decision and move on. Okay. And if it turned out to not be the best decision, you can adjust. If you have irreversible decisions, those are hard. Because now you're going to have to talk about what's your risk tolerance. So the user mechanisms around, what would be the worst consequence that could happen or the best outcome that could happen, and making the risk reward decision. That is what leadership is all about. But I would say be mindful at least about whether this is reversible or non-reversible. If it's non-reversible, you're going to have to take a little bit more time, even though you don't want to. If it's reversible, have an agile mindset and see what happens.
Thank you very much, Klaus. It's great insights in there. And my favorite question to finish an interview is, why shouldn't I hire you? So
why shouldn't you hire me? Yeah, well, that's always a good question.
Yeah, I love that in there. Thank you for amazing insights, and thank you very much for Dummies books. I actually realized I have 2 of those, so I appreciate you before I know you, and looking forward to your other stuff. And there's additional comments and questions, or maybe in the chat that you might look at it. The other thing, everybody who's attending, please leverage the on the left. You are seeing on top barcode and QR code, actually, not a barcode, but QR code where you'll be able to access these presentations and be able to put them and put your comments in there. Klaus, thank you very much, and I really appreciate this session. Looking forward to next time I see you.
My pleasure.
We're in Seattle next time. We have a Northern Lights happening.
Absolutely.
So thank you, everyone. So don't forget the QR code on there. I think I'm pointing to it at the moment. It's leverage that and give us feedback about the sessions. And next is going to be Tanmay. Tanmay is going to is looking forward to coming from Google, Accenture, etc. And sustainability is one of the main areas. And he's going to talk about AI as a collaborator. And we're going to look at it. And I think he is the right person to talk about this because he was part of the Google Startup Advisor Group and volunteered to help advisors in there. Let's welcome Tanmay.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Tanmay. How are you? Oh my God, everybody is greenery, and I have all the books behind me. And okay, let me clarify one thing: is AI as a collaborator or AI as a partner in crime?
Well, it depends what you're up to. Mostly as a collaborator. I'm an optimist at heart, so definitely work with it towards whatever your endeavors, hopefully good ones.
Yeah, thank you very much, and looking forward to your session.
Absolutely. I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know once it's visible.
It is visible now.
All right. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever everyone is tuning in from. To start things off, what if I told you that a single person can operate at the scale of 100 people? Such an idea would be a fantasy about a decade ago. AI has transformed the world around us, but we've misunderstood it. It's not just a tool to be utilized, but a collaborator to be partnered with. Those who recognize this have an unprecedented edge in the market. My name is Tanmay Kayande, former CTO, current startup advisor, and senior enterprise architect at Google. Some boilerplate before we get started. Any view presented is solely my own, not representative of any organization. That being said, my foundation of knowledge and experience is built from almost a decade as a digital transformation consultant for businesses of all sizes, from SMBs to startups to enterprise-scale federal agencies. My journey with generative AI specifically began in early 2023 when I was red teaming Gen AI products. Since then, I've established AI applications, protocols, and centers of excellence at several nonprofits, and I've noticed a concerning trend. The pace of AI adoption isn't keeping up with the speed of innovation. I strongly believe that organizations can and must rapidly onboard, adopt, and scale AI. This isn't just about staying ahead of the curve. It's about equipping ourselves with the tools we need to tackle the challenges of tomorrow. So it's with this background, I invite you to reconsider your relationship with AI. Not as a tool, but as a coworker you can collaborate with. We have about 30 minutes and a range of backgrounds here, so here's what we can cover. First, we'll get on the same page about AI, specifically generative AI. I'll introduce a recipe framework to help make sense of how to get the tools out there to work together. We'll talk about the future of work that will explore how restructuring your teams will lead to greater outputs. I'll share what you'll need to get started and the advantage that startups have against large tech giants. At the end, I'll recap everything. Here's a brief history lesson on how we got to generative AI. Let's start with data in the tiniest circle you see. Statistics, when applied to that data to predict what's going to happen, that's generally considered data science. Structure that data with parameters and train an algorithm towards a defined desired result, and you're in the realm of machine learning, and this in the past has been called AI. Now we get into deeper waters with untrained data where model structures start resembling the neuron structures in our brain. This is deep learning, where we don't exactly know how answers are coming together, but the rewards and consequences guide the direction of progress, and we see novel quote unquote insights. This has also been called AI. Generative AI sends us into the deep end. This is where we have unfathomably large data sets, now up to 70 billion parameters, and by the end of the year, we can expect models nearly 6 times the size at 405 billion parameters. Gen AI lets the data find relationships and trends emerge into clusters. Basically, it's complex matching. When you input X based on the training data, the model quote unquote thinks, well, usually Y is associated with X. The feedback lets it know if it's thinking. And what does it mean to have so many parameters? Well, for one, with enough information, we can now have contextual interactions with machines. Second, we've seen the signs of emergence, for example, with enough video training, OpenAI's Sora seem to have figured out how to do physics, basic physics, just from generating videos. Let's work with these kind of levels as a rough definitions for what levels of AI are, how we got here, and specifically for large language models, or LLMs. We have a few major players and their LLM models. Google has Gemini, OpenAI has ChatGPT, Anthropic has Claude 3, and Meta has Llama 3. There are other ones out there like Grok and Hugging Face models, but I highlight these as the big guys to be aware of. Just the last couple of days, a lot of releases have come through. Without getting too deep into it, there's an AI arms race going on towards reaching artificial general intelligence and ultimately artificial super intelligence. We don't have enough time to go in depth on either today, so I'll put it like this. It was about 100 years between the first light bulb and the early internet. Less than 30 years after that, the first iPhone. Less than 5 years after for modern social media, and that was a decade ago. Humanity's growth and technological progress have gone from being measured in millennia to centuries to decades to years and now months. There's a quote by Edward Wilson. The real problem of humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. This is why I want to help you better wield technology. Before the Luddites neuter our potential, before the blasphemous create a new god. We who understand must lead the way. That's why I'm personally developing a solution to enable any company to be AI enabled in 4 days in 24 ways. I mean, there are millions of tools out there adding confusion amidst the chaos. So how do we find order in order to progress? How do we sift through the noise and zero in on the right tools for the right work? This is where the recipe framework comes in. This will give you a common language to speak on how multiple tools can be used together towards a singular objective. A recipe has 4 components. Ingredients, which are the tools you use. Preparation, which is how you prime and prompt each tool to work. Execution, which is where you launch the instructions for the workflow you'll follow using the prepared tools. And plating, which is delivering the solution after the instructions have been executed. Here's a few examples of recipes in increasing complexity. None of the examples, tools, or applications I'm about to show are sponsored or affiliated in any way. These are just things which I've seen as I've been in this field. Our first example is working with AI as a collaborator by using recipes to augment your role. Now, a great resource that's organizing thousands of tools out there is there's an AI for that. I have the link in the slides when you get the presentation. What you do on the site is you search up what is your role, you'll find the tasks associated to that your role is asked to accomplish and see a list of AI tools that can assist with that. Some of these tools are paid, some are free. All of them together, though, summate to that AI impact percentage you see on the left. This is a great place to start if you're new to the space and want to see what the tech can do. Let's see a recipe that shows what's possible when everything is stitched together in a single workflow. This is an example of creating an AI influencer, marketing, sales, and customer service. If you're trying to develop these components, you should definitely take a closer look at this. Even on a personal level, imagine your own branding or as a virtual assistant designing an avatar like these. The AI avatar course is my favorite example for a more sophisticated application of using this tech available together. This course shows you how to use Midjourney to design an AI character, and I'll be going from the symbols from left to right under where it says the AI avatar course from the sailboat you see. This course shows you how to use Midjourney to design an AI character. 11 Labs is used to design its voice. The course teaches how to use ChatGPT to design the avatar's personality. DID Studio is used to then animate this avatar. And if you're posting these videos, then your avatar may be speaking a script. The captions will add subtitles. This is a huge leap forward in progress from where we were just a couple years ago. Let's turn it up though. What if we mixed AI products with human skill and the two collaborated on a project? Limits would be unknown to us. Eckler by Design is pushing the envelope on how to collaborate with these tools. You'll see some of the ones he used to create a 100% AI music video of C3PO after office hours. The video has consistent characters, lyrics, music, recurring settings, and more. Eckler breaks down each step in his post linked on this slide. Humor brings levity to the weight of the implications that one man can do this in a short period of time, which would have taken teams weeks of time to do. The way forward is beyond any one tool to be a silver bullet to solve all your needs. It's going to be a combination of different tools for different needs prepped and executed together in respective ways to the scale of the solution you need. This understandably also challenges the dynamics of the current way we work. How will the way we work change when AI is a collaborator in almost every aspect of our role? Before I get into this, let me be clear. I advocate for the ethical use of AI. I hope small teams use what I'm sharing to scale fast and compete with larger organizations, and I hope larger organizations use these tools to operate even bigger. AI as a collaborator opens up efficiencies on an exponential scale. And what do I mean by that? With what's available today, 10 people can operate at the scale of 1,000. I'll say it again. 10 people can operate at the scale of 1,000. With AI as a collaborator, we skip across orders of magnitude. Now, I'm about to nerd out a bit. Ready? Augmenting workflows with AI opens up leverage between the relationship of every unit of effort to unit of output. It's such a skewed relationship that the more of your manual work you can offload to AI, it actually looks like an inverse relationship, whereas effort goes to zero, productivity approaches infinity, meaning. So it means a small group of highly skilled operators, either specifically skilled for the work that cannot be offloaded, or generally skilled to validate the inputs and outputs of the work as a whole, can create outsized returns for every dollar invested in retaining them. Think of it like going from needing a battalion of enlisted troops to needing only a special operations squad. There's a time and place for each, however, these small groups of efficient operators are the future. In an interview, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman emphasized the power of small teams, saying, "Innovation is easier with small teams making decisive, concentrated bets who don't tolerate mediocre performers. In essence, don't cultivate. You have good people. Build a path for them to grow into these specialized teams and scale faster than you thought possible." And before anyone starts thinking, it's too late for me to learn this, or too many people are already doing this, so what chance do I have? I'll offer two perspectives. One for those new to the market and another for those who are more experienced among you. For those of you with less than 5 years of experience, this is a golden opportunity. Industries are being reset. This is the best era to learn any topic tailored to your application and need. Learn these tools and how to use them, and the market will reward you asymmetrically. You have a choice. Be the best of many or one among few. AI will help you pave either path. For those of you with less than 15 years to retirement, this is also an opportunity. You know through and through what work needs to be done, and your experience lets you discern nuances which AI models haven't been trained on enough. Augment your experience by using AI as an amplifier of the culmination of your years of experience. Now, so far we've covered what's AI, how we got here, where we go, and major players and the rate of progress. Then we covered the recipe framework, which brings order to the chaos of tools available. We spoke on the future of team structures at work too. We now have the right cooks to be in the kitchen we're about to start cooking now. Now we can go over the enablement, the paradigm shift, and explore the startup advantage. Enablement is generally regarded as the unsexy stuff, which the better you do, the greater your success. To implement AI, look at your business and consider the following questions. Do you have workflow processes documented end-to-end, noting who does what and when? Do you have standardization across your data pipelines which measure to ensure data integrity, cleanliness, and security? Does your data have clear, defined, centralized source of truth? Do you have data specialists who partner with your business to understand and deliver insights from which your team makes decisions? Do you foster data literacy where your business discerns between vanity metrics and true KPIs? This is not to say you can't have AI implemented before you've solved these fundamental business challenges. You'll just be building on a cracked foundation. If you have any data scientists accessible to you, ask them to validate. They'll be the first to affirm that clean, standardized, structured, and documented data is a dream to work with and significantly easier to build any AI solutions for. Like we established in the beginning, when you share your data with the model and it processes the information and either generates predictions or insights or lets you start a dialogue with your data, that information is artificial intelligence. If your data could speak, imagine the stories it would tell. Painting together multiple AI tools, however, changes the game, where when you take information, process it, augment it with prompted instructions, or convert it based on your organization's general approach, the AI part is what the tools are doing, not the automation connecting the tools. The applications of AI presented today, they're just a glimpse of what's possible. I wish we had enough time to talk about agents and coordinating swarms of agents, but that's its own rabbit hole. The idea of AI as a collaborator is seen when multiple aspects of a role, such as, let's say, a customer service agent, are woven together into what's called an agent, which can perform acts on platforms with defined use cases and abilities. Case study here. Klarna, the buy now, pay later company, is an example of where these AI agents were able to take on 75% of Klarna's customer service chats. That's about 2.3 million conversations in the first month alone. Not only were the agents faster, they had a higher CSAT, customer satisfaction, score than the 700 people it would take to do the same work. Imagine being a customer and not having to face hold times, not being passed from person to person. And the quality of the solution of your problem does not depend on the quality of the customer service rep on the other end of the line. This is what the paradigm shift from AI as a tool to AI as a collaborator looks like. There's no added value for a person to have to do manual, labor-intensive, busy work. The kind of rote, well-defined work is exactly the kind of work your new coworker, the AI collaborator, can take on. This frees you and your team to do higher orders of work that require more thought, is more abstract, and is undefined. In fact, you can teach your new coworker who your colleagues are, their roles and responsibilities, and share your working files across the business to better inform one singular view horizontally across the verticals of your business. This is the difference between telling a contractor what to do and asking a consultant, what should you do? Train your AI on your business and work together to make the best decisions. Stuck with a dilemma? This collaborator can round up models and frameworks to best help you arrive at a decision. This is fundamentally a different kind of relationship with AI than we've seen until now. The advantage startups have is you move faster to market feedback than any tech giant possibly can. Startups can swing harder at giants. Davids can topple Goliaths. This space is so new and moves so fast that if approached from a place of abundance, there are continual opportunities. Trying to stay on top of the rate of progression is a Sisyphean task. You'll stay a perpetual student in a perpetual student phase where you keep learning and adopting without shipping. This space moves faster than any organization can stably move at, which means your best bet is shifting your focus from having the latest technology to focusing on your users, their pain points, and your ability to solve those pain points where they are. People progress slower than tech. So use your agility advantage that large organizations can't because they have to remain cautious and conservative to protect shareholders and hold on to their market positions, meaning they deliberately need to leave food on the table. So these opportunities that they can't take, the innovation on the vanguard is available for you to seize. We've covered quite a bit. Firstly, I'll share what generative AI is. I shared what generative AI is and how it's become extremely advanced recently. Then I introduced the recipe framework as a way to combine different AI tools to create powerful solutions for your business needs. Importantly, I stressed that we should start thinking of AI not just as a tool, but as a coworker that can collaborate with us. I described how in the future, small teams of skilled people using AI coworkers can accomplish more than huge teams could before. This gives startups a big opportunity to outperform even giant companies. As a startup, you have an edge because you can rapidly bring in new AI capabilities without dealing with legacy systems and mindsets. But you need to prepare. Get your data organized, document your processes, and build AI skills within your team. With the right approach, any startup can become AI powered as a business within just a few days, not years. But it's not just implementation. You got to commit fully to truly working side by side with AI strategically. Those who resist this partnership with AI are going to lose out to those who don't. And those who embrace human AI collaboration, they're the ones who are going to lead the future. Take what you've learned today, drive this transformation in your companies, be the pioneers who usher in this new age of humans and machines working together as a unified force. The opportunity of AI collaborators is here now. Seize it, and your potential is limitless. Happy to connect and discuss further. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Tanmay. How are you? It's very interesting that how you phrase things and so it's going to be very interesting overall. How you phrase it and how you put things and how you really put the value of the AI and what's been happening in the last 18 months to the industry. It's very, very important. So what do you think that next 24 months is going to show to us in the industry? What is the big changes going to happen?
I will say the rate of progress we've seen until now, we haven't seen anything yet. Everything up till now, it's been like a snowball at the top of the hill. We're about to see it start getting bigger. The momentum is building. Things are moving faster. Tools that didn't exist before now are being compounded. So the leaps of progress that were being made, the shift that happened in early 2023 are going to seem like the seismic shifts that we felt are going to be nothing compared to the kind of shifts that are coming up. The applications that people are putting together, the kind of things that we're going to start, especially as everything approaches mass market, the comfort with this technology is going to open up a lot of creativity for what other problems can we use this technology to solve.
Great. And you're based out of New York. So what do you see in a tough world of finance and things like that in New York?
Well, there's definitely early adoption there. A lot of what's happening in the fintech industry is they've been pulling in these tools to start helping them with their work, especially without getting too deep into the technicals. It's not just LLMs that was the main focus of today's presentations, but other kinds of generative models, image gen, large action models. There's a lot of ways which this is being used, not just in the tech industry, but also in the fintech industry. So there's a lot of growth happening over there.
Great. There's a question up there say how Anton is asking, how can the integration of AI, particularly with the emergence of Gen AI, enhance team dynamics and productivity, and what specific advantages do startups have in leveraging AI within their operations and teams?
I would say it is massive. Internal operations is often, unfortunately, neglected because, rightfully so, companies are more focused on improving how they sell and then improving the customer service to retain anyone that you sell to. Internal operations usually get that third place priority. However, consider all the meetings which you attend. How well do you know exactly what happened in them, all the actions that were needed to be taken, who said what were the action items, and then actually taking action on those items? Where I see Gen AI going, at least in the near future, is all of those kind of internal operations. Here's the coworkers you work with. In the last talk, there was a mention of digital twins. I think we might see digital twins of employees themselves. Of now, there's a version of you that's able to work with other virtual versions of your coworkers to get things done. So that way, when you check back in, work has been done while you were working on other things.
Yeah.
This is it's getting in the realms of sci-fi at this point, but it's very cool where the progress is going.
Yeah. So great. So this is a great concept about having the digital version of you, digital twin of you, and be able to know the knowledge and leverage that, and that's a big power. And definitely, I think the AI and generative AI is going to accelerate the startup business. I think one of the things that I see, obviously, big advantage of startups, they don't have the legacy. They don't have to worry about type of people that trying to keep the status quo. So that brings them a big advantage, definitely, out there.
And I would say one other thing is Gen AI is amazing at creating documentation. There's a few software tools. There's an AI for that, has a couple of these that can record click by click exactly what you're doing when you're walking through how you do your job and grab the screenshot and then document, here's what you have done. So then you can create documentation for onboarding new teams. Here's where you can create documentation for just information of how you do things. And then all of these documents stored in some sort of repository can be connected also to Gen AI, where then you can now chat across your company's knowledge base of how do we do certain things, or where can I find information on this, creating your own internally generated help articles for your internal operations.
Yes. Thank you very much, Tanmay, and looking forward to hearing more from you. And I'm glad. And everybody, don't forget the QR code on the corner here on the side about how to receive the recordings and details of this presentations. And thank you again, and it was great seeing you again, and looking forward to our next meeting.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So as I said, mentioned again, don't forget the barcode and leverage that. Edgar Escobar is going to be our next speaker. He's the CIO of Grupo ALTO. And he'll be talking to us about the CTO of how CTOs are going to affect how to be a CTO and how CTOs are affecting the overall impact on the value. And he's also going to talk about firefighting. That's one of my favorite things. Hi, Edgar. How are you?
Hey, Murat. How are you? Yeah, nice to see you again.
And firefighting it's one of the things, and I always tell people, like, when everybody thinks about firefighters, they think that they're always in the fire and jumping in there and rescuing people. One of the biggest things that they do actually is to make sure that the fires doesn't happen and be ahead of the things. You see the glorious firefighting part of it, but there's a lot of office work and preparation for it. And I believe that that's one of the ideas that you have about CTOs.
You're totally right. People believe that being a firefighter, it's about just going down the pole and just screaming and crying. In reality, that's only 0.1% of their job. It's about preparing themselves. It's the other 24 hours that make sense. But you're totally right.
All right. Thank you. I'm looking forward to your presentation.
So thanks everyone for joining. First of all, I think Klaus and Rachit probably did 99% of the job. It's amazing how you realize that even though we're in different scenarios, different situations, the stories that we can share are very similar. When I was thinking how I was going to talk to you guys, I remember it was probably 3 months ago that I had this conversation. We were on a panel with a couple of senior CTOs, and we were talking about the same topic. How can we make sure that CTOs can make part of the C-level conversations? That's a big issue. Probably most of you guys know that. We really want to create value, but for some reason we cannot connect. And I make it very simple, but let's put it that way. We cannot connect. We have a lot of ideas, we have a lot of things that we know that maybe are not going to work well, or we know that they might work better, and at the end we don't connect. And I remember having this conversation, and a very senior junior manager, we were talking about resources, and all of us were saying, hey, the company does a great job, or they do a great effort on giving us resources. Even though it's only a 4, 3, 5% of our company sales, that's a big number, because we know how much money they need to spend on other issues. And we know that, as probably Rachit said and Klaus said, this is about teamwork. And I remember this person saying, because of these conversations, is that people don't trust, they don't value IT. 3% is nothing, and if we don't change that, this is never going to get better. It was the first time that I heard that. I was always on the other side. I was always the guy saying 3% is not enough. You guys don't hear me out. And it was the first time that I heard it on the other side, and I heard, hey, this doesn't make sense. Why is this guy saying things don't work because of someone else, and not things are not working because of me? So that was really eye-opening for me. It was realizing that where I was 10, 15 years ago, it's probably where most of our junior managers are. So that's what I will try to share in the next couple of 20, 30 minutes. So let me give you a little bit of my story and why I ended up in this situation. Actually, I started in the academia. That's a great world to live in. Why? Because you have a great person, probably a PhD. He's very intelligent. He knows exactly what he wants. He has a vision over 10, 15 years. And the moment that you join that space, your voice is heard, because that person needs you by her side or his side. You're working a lot of hours, and you're trying to make the best out of his ideas. So you feel, making the comparison, that you're part of that C-level. You're part of that small table. For several reasons, I worked over there for a couple of years, and then I moved into the banking world. Very different, a lot of hierarchy, a lot of people. You have VPs, senior VPs, very senior VPs, then you have the C-level. And at the end, I remember my first couple of days saying, hey, my voice is not heard. I don't know how I make part of this clock that it's supposed to work perfectly. And that was very annoying for me, to be honest. I was for a long time thinking, how can I make my voice being heard? How can I bring value? And sadly, I would say the decision that I made, even though I grew a lot and I learned a lot, was this is not my space. I need a different place to grow. And I moved into corporate. I moved into consultancy corporate, thinking that because the people in that space would be different, my voice would be heard. I would be able to be part of that small table. And when I joined, it was, again, 80-hour sessions, but still my voice wasn't heard. I thought they are not hearing me out. I was a little bit older, and that's how my mind started to work at the time. I was thinking, no one wants to hear me out. I have a lot of things to say. They don't want to hear it, so it doesn't make sense. So I don't want to be on corporate anymore, and I'm now moving into entrepreneurship, a smaller company, family company, because at that point, I'll be heard. So I moved into that world, and I realized something different. Usually when you go into a smaller company, people are really alone. When you are in corporate, you have hundreds of people with a lot of experience, and they have lots of things to share. When you go to a smaller company, even though there's a lot of sharing, you won't find that because there's not as many people. So at that point, it was like, oh, I'm being heard, but they don't listen. They don't have the experience to listen because what I'm saying, they're years behind. And I spent a lot of time just neglecting that, just not accepting or saying that the problem was that they were not hearing. Hopefully, at this point, you guys are understanding the pattern. It's not about what the companies don't have, it's about what we don't have. And that's probably what I want to share with you guys. All this story, all this um, idea of accessing to power, being heard, the C-level, making value. If you think it's about you being heard, you being listened, you being part of that, you'll never get it. Because reality, it's not about that. I heard Klaus saying it's about teamwork. It's everyone saying it's about building bridges. It's about closing gaps. So probably that's what I want to talk to you guys in the next 10, 15 minutes that we have yet. So what are some of the challenges? And like I said, this is not about you. It's about the company. You'll never be able to be part of that C-level if you continue to think that they're neglecting something to you. You have to understand that if you want to be part of the C-level table, you have to sit on that table and you have to work and spend many hours building relations, closing gaps, understanding their pains, understanding how you can bring value, because something that we cannot forget is we do bring value. There's many things that we bring to the table that they can't. Why? Because that's not their background, and we do have a technical background. So let's just start with some challenges that I think all companies face, and probably they'll give us a scenario. The first thing is, well, things are changing really, really, really fast. I'm pretty sure that hearing Tanmay presentation, you can see that. Probably a couple of years ago, everything that he said sounded almost impossible. And when he talked about this duplicating yourself, that sounds like high tech. If you ask me, I think we're years from that, but it doesn't sound crazy. It sounds like that can happen. So things are changing really, really fast. And change, as you might know, it's confusing. People, I wouldn't say people don't like change. People feel over the edge with change. They don't understand change. Things are different. Even if they change the button in a specific app, I don't like change. And again, it's not about liking change. It's about how you can accommodate to change. So that's very normal. And the second piece is it's really hard to balance between your short-term goals and your long-term goals. It's really easy to go to a week session, a strategic week session, start talking 10 years into the future, thinking how you're going to change everything that will make your company very successful, put yourself next to Microsoft, even though you're probably 1,000 or 1 millionth of the size. But on that meeting, on that week, you feel that you're going to make it. However, Monday comes in and you have 100,000 issues, fires, if you might call them that way, that need to be approached. So you forget the long term. So reality, that's a challenge. We have to balance between short-term and long-term goals. Second, there are challenges on the C-level. One of them is something that you guys might know. Everyone on the C-level has an agenda. Oh, that sounds like a bad word. It's not. Everyone on the C-level has an agenda, has a plan. So it's not about changing people plan. It's understanding how you can actually be part of that plan. Make yourself part of the plan. Now, when you talk between marketing and sales, it seems easy. They kind of have the same agenda. But when you go into IT, well, our agenda is totally different because the gap, the technical gap, is very, very big. Probably most of you guys that are in that situation, you feel that. You feel that the technical level between the CTO and probably the COO might be, depending on the kind of industry that you are, we're like on the same side of the table, and everyone else is thinking about something else. You bring in a very technical conversation and everyone shifts towards the strategic part. And yes, it's important, but at the same time, it's because they're not technical. So there are communicational gaps. Then something that it's really important, we have to be able to align our objectives, IT objectives, security. We have to align compliance. We have to align our infrastructure with the company, with the business objectives. And usually they're not aligned until something happens. This might sound wrong, but sadly, most of CEOs don't mind about a threat, a security threat, a cybersecurity threat, until something happens. You might be talking to him for a couple of years, saying how important is to do something that will make his company safer, and he won't listen. And it's not that he's not listening; it's that something else it's on his table. But the moment that you don't have a threat, but you also have an invasion, you have something that actually an attack that occurred, and some data it's attacked or compromised. That's where everyone, oh, what's happening with the CTO? Why is he not doing his job? And that's very hard to manage. Now, something that is important. So we talk about some company challenges, C-level challenges, but now let's talk about CTO specific challenges. I do remember about 10 years ago, we started an analytics master's degree, and I was part of the team that built that curriculum. And my time with the students was telling them what was the gap between a student and an executive. And I remember that I built this slide, and it had lots of names. Most of them, to be honest, I didn't know anymore. But it was at the time we were talking about map reduce, and we were talking about R. You can imagine the technologies that were at the time. Reality is, those technologies compared to today's technologies, they're totally different. It's not even their sons and daughters. It's like their grandkids. Things evolve really rapidly, which is a challenge. Second, well, probably all of you know, managing IT teams is really hard. Usually, people in the IT teams are very intelligent, they are sometimes very stubborn, and they are very clear and they know what they want. So, managing IT teams is really, really hard. Um, Something that we talk about, managing cybersecurity, security infrastructure, that's a challenge because that's 24/7. Cyber threats don't go to sleep. Infrastructure don't go to sleep. So that gives a bigger challenge. It's not like on the other C levels that you have even though you're thinking 724 in your job, things operate 724 in our world, and that's a challenge. So I think it's really important for us to understand those challenges so we can tackle those challenges. So now let's talk about some things that we should do. So the first one, and probably most important of all, is let's close that gap. Let's be a bridge of that gap. And I think that's really, really important. Let's stop thinking that things do not work because they do not understand us. Let's stop thinking that things do not work because they don't get it. No, I think our job is to do the job, is to start talking, is to, hey, do you understand why we're doing this? Do you find the value of what we're doing? You'll find that people will answer. As soon as they start hearing, you find the right words, you'll find that people like that. Something that is really important, encourage cross-functional teams. That'll be very, very valuable. Even though at the beginning can be a little bit frustrating, invite human resources, invite marketing, invite sales, invite operations. Something that we've done in our company, and this might sound weird. The last couple of months, I've been taking the COO position, not as a COO position, but more of as a consultant. And you cannot imagine how much value I've brought to IT team from this position that from my CIO position in IT. Why? Because a lot of people are talking. We're making the right questions. We're giving the right answers. People are starting to understand that there are different spaces to have different conversations and each of those conversations will bring value to the team. It's not about IT against human resources. It's not about the ticket. It's not about someone asking for something. It's about a whole team talking about a common problem and fixing that problem, understanding that problem. I said it before, really important to stay informed. Please do that. It's amazing how 1 year behind the curtain and you lose a lot of information. Nowadays, it's incredible. It's amazing how you can lose. Make sure that you are participating in this type of events, even though, yeah, people are saying about the same thing. That's really important. Knowing that all of us are aligned on the same concepts. Um, Promote that on your teams. I remember that a couple of years ago when we started our data lab, I would have once a month a present whatever you want. It was like an innovation, but the only rule was don't talk to me about our job. I'm pretty sure that most of your IT guys are doing something pretty cool on their free time. So I remember guys talking about music, about mining, about things that are not even related to our business, but we were fostering innovation. We're building that culture. Something that is really important, I said it before, is well, align the business goals. That's on us. Usually when you talk to your CEOs, even though they might not know how to get there, they know where they want to get. And even though in the process they might change their ideas because maybe what they were trying to get doesn't exist or it doesn't exist anymore or it didn't even exist at the beginning, well, that's their job. They have to shift the bridge, shift the ship, move around. So make sure that you guys try to understand that. If you are capable of aligning your goals to the business goals, they're going to hear you out. Why? Because being technical gives us some kind of edge, which is we do have very smart things to say. Sometimes we just don't say the right way so people understand. And most importantly, on the same idea, make sure that you tend to prioritize projects. Um, we usually don't do that. Companies don't do that. We do whatever comes first. We work more in a FIFO environment, which is really hard because I heard Claude saying, hey, there are never enough resources. And I think that's very true. You can have 100 people and you will be missing those five extra. You might have 105 and you'll be missing those 20 extras. So it's more about making priorities, understanding, telling people over and over again that resources, well, they're finite. So you have to work through that. Again, and this is probably the most hard part for us, we have to be effective on our communication. First of all, I don't know why, and it's you guys have the same experience, but we tend to make things more complex than they are. Something really nice about the entrepreneur world, if you go to all these new entrepreneur spaces, is they teach people to say things easy. Just tell a story. Storytelling. I heard that about a couple of minutes ago. Storytelling is really important. That's one of the most important things that you have to say. I remember saying someone telling me, if you're capable of explaining something to your 5-year old, you nailed it. So let's not try to make things complex when we can make them simpler. Spend more time into trying to make those concepts that they are in fact very complex in a way that resonate to people, that they understand the value of what we're doing. At the same time, be very transparent. That's something that usually the other teams don't have. I'm pretty sure that most of you guys love data. You love numbers. You grew through numbers. When I go into a stadium, into a concert, I start counting people. That's what I do, and I'm sure most of you guys probably do the same. You guys like clusterizing. You like understanding who's on one side. So use that, but in a transparent way. It'll be very useful. The company will start valuing that. You can bring value through information, being very transparent. Some things that you should not do before getting to our firefighting. Um, Don't isolate yourself. It's very common that we isolate ourselves. And not only because we don't like what people are saying, it's because we are busy. Someone asked for a ticket a couple of weeks ago. We love what we're working on. We're working 24/7. We're trying to fix the world, but people don't see us. We have to be visible. We have to make sure that people know what we're doing. Spend a lot of your time telling people what your team is doing. It doesn't matter if it's a one people team or 100 people team, people need to know. And you are probably the best person to show that to the rest of your stakeholders. Let them know that you are working for them, that you are working with them, that you're trying to make a difference every single day. Something that might sound a little bit contradictory, don't neglect security. And the reason is not because it's really bad, it's because sadly, as CTOs, CIOs, and the firefighting part, at the end, we are in charge of those fires. So if the moment that we work all the time on operations, we are making sure the system is up, we're making sure that we find all those threats. And like I said before, sadly, people don't really care about that. They take it for granted. Don't take me wrong. It's not like they don't care. It's like, hey, Edgar is on that. He's going to make it work. However, the moment the system is down, the moment a computer doesn't reach someone's hands in the moment that it has to be, the moment you have a bug, the moment everything you do becomes operational, well, you all know that. It's fire. Everyone's screaming. Everyone is crying. So try to avoid that. Try to make sure that you do not neglect the planning behind security, behind infrastructure, behind your architecture, because that's where it's going to matter. People only worry about operations when they fail. So be sure about that. And something about that, do not resist change. You might say, we don't. We are innovators, and most of us are innovators. We do. We do resist change. Why? Because we don't have enough resources, because it's hard to do it. So first of all, embrace innovation. Make sure that you're always hearing out people. Something that I do every week, I try to meet a couple of people that they sell something, and that might sound hard to do, but it's really valuable. You never know when you're going to learn something new. And always you're thinking, hey, I just made a huge investment. No, listen, people. You never know what you're going to get that it's new. Maybe not for the next couple of months. Be transparent. Tell them that probably you're not going to buy nothing in the next couple of months. But you never know when you're going to get something cool that might work in a couple of months. And most important, lead innovation. Make sure that your teams and your company look for innovation, and not through the investment, but how they think, how they foster innovation, how they find that innovation. So probably everything that I've been saying is about firefighting, but I never talk about the fire. I talk about planning. I talk about making sure that people know what you do, how you're going to react, how you're going to plan. I'm pretty sure Murat talked about that, but firefighting is not about putting down the fire. That's just a little, very small piece of it. It's about understanding your job. It's about planning your job. It's about training 4 hours so the moment there's fire, you know exactly what it is. I've never seen a firefighting crying or screaming. Everyone else does. No, they have a plan. They have a process. So try to make that everything that is unusual, usual. That way, that's part of the job. People can do that. And you can invest your time into communicating, into bringing people into your table. Stop thinking that you want to be part of the C-level table. Hey, invite them. Make them understand that there's plenty of things that you have to say. Show them that what they value, you value. And I'm pretty sure that'll be very amazing and very particular for you guys. Um, Thanks for listening. I know there's a couple of questions. Murat, I don't know how you want to do this, if you want to go through them or how we proceed in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it will be good to go through the some of the questions. Thank you, Edgar. As usual, it's very insightful. You are doing there. Um, let's look at the Yaroslav. How do you balance the need for swift adoption of new technologies with ensuring the profitability of IT projects as a CTO?
So I remember a leader I have many years ago, and he used to talk to me about this concept, your day job and your night job. And I think besides the idea of working 80 hours a week, it was more about prioritizing and just planning your day. So make sure that there's a couple of hours on your week that are about innovation. If you would like to innovate, when you have time, you'll never have time. So make sure to schedule a couple of hours. Make sure that you do have a couple of hours, a couple of points of your budget in order to innovate. And also something that is really important, you'll find that most of your team, they do like innovation. So in their roadmaps, include something, even though that it's really, really small, even though that you don't have a 1 month project, but a 5 year project that every time they're working on something new, and eventually you'll see the return on that.
No, I think it's very relevant, and I think one of the things is I find out that is two things is very important. One is show the value that what you are doing it. Value in the sense of not only profit and value in the sense of revenue, but profit on the in case something happens bad. Okay, similar to firefighting. I'm sure if you are building a big building, it will save you money not to put sprinkler system in there. Okay, and similar to a lot of IT organizations, they don't really. For example, you were mentioning security. They don't invest enough money. They don't see the value of investing a lot on the security. You have to show them what happens if the fire happens. Okay, when the security breaches happen, and what's the cost of it is going to hit in there. We are very rightfully tell about that. Could you share insights? Is from Konstantin. Could you share insights on the transitioning from firefighting to strategic quality as a CTO?
So
Longer question, but I'm just gonna simplify.
So a couple of things. The first one is, if you're capable of making your CEO that it was his idea, not your idea, you nailed it. That's probably the first and most important thing to do. Make your ideas people ideas. And how you do that? By talking. And second, and actually Murat talked about that, is spend a little bit of your time explaining to people what will happen if things go wrong. I wouldn't say sadly, but reality is people are not built through risk management. A lot of us are, even though we might not have been risk managers. I was because of my role in the past, but people just don't understand how when you have materialistic risk, that costs a lot. So spend some time explaining that to them. Hey, if this happens, this will go wrong. If you're capable of doing those two things, people will start moving with you. So yes, things might change in the process. Change is normal, but people will somehow be aligned, and they'll be the first one to say, "Oh no, we have to change the plan, but that's our plan. Don't worry about it." And it's easier to have those sort of conversations.
So true. And I mean, the other thing as well that I used to frustrate my managers when early days when I was working with Microsoft. It's funny that I hear people saying that larger companies have unlimited resources. Not true, really. It's they try to tight as much as possible. I always have a constraint on the resources that I receive, but when the budgeting comes, people goes like, "Oh, let's plan next year in detail," and etc. And it's usually I'm like, okay, whatever, we can do it. But most important thing is if you can show the value of what you are doing. Okay, there is no question about finding the money in a startup environment or in a large organization. I never not done a project because of financial issues when I can demonstrate the financial value of it. Okay, it's very important to be able to do that. Quite a lot of times, I mean, I even come across a lot of executives and says, we have to do AI projects. I'm like, why? What's going to impact your, it's like, because it's the important thing now, is the hot thing and we have to do it. I'm like, well, that's not a good enough excuse. All right. This is how it's going to impact your business, how it's going to really make the value for the company you're working for is the important part. If you don't spend enough time to justify that, then you have difficulty to get the resources for it.
Fully agree.
I'm just looking, Anton, how can the integration of AI, particularly in the emergence of Gen AI, enhance team dynamics and productivity, and what specific advantages startups have? Oh, sorry, this was for previous speaker, but I think you will be a good one to talk about that as well, because this is all about Gen AI and how to look forward as a CTO and how to leverage and how to show the value.
So I think at the end, AI is coming and it will be staying. I think anyone that thinks that won't happen, well, they are not listening at this code. So this is going to happen. It's like the train. If you stand in front of the train, it's just going to go through you. So how are we going to make AI valuable for our teams? And for me, it's about, well, duplicating yourself. There's plenty of things that we use a lot of time that we should not be using that time. If we are capable of um, getting AI and using AI and understanding AI, that will save us time on the more automatic processes, on the things that we do not want to spend time. And we can spend more time on the things that make us totally different. Having a conversation, making people understand, and that'll be very productive. I insist. I think 90% of the time it's not about people not understanding what we're saying. It's about we not communicating properly what we want them to understand. So if we have the time, if we can use Gen AI for that, I think it will be very good.
Edgar, we're going to talk in the panel as well, and looking forward to it. And I think it's time for a break. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and we'll be back 10 past the hour. I'm not saying specifically which hour because you might be in completely different time zone. And so see you in 10 past the hour. And don't forget the QR code. And Edgar, looking forward to talk to you later on. QR code, please leverage it, give feedback. This is very important for us. Plus, you'll have access to the presentations. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It looks like on my side there was a problem with the sound. Apologies for that. I hope you didn't miss the first half, but if you did, make sure that you leverage the QR codes that we're going to put it up there to access the presentations and recordings of these sessions. It's been very interesting sections in there from different CTOs and CEOs and founders of startups talking about how to survive in a fast-moving world of technology and startups today. And second half of our summit is starting with Lasse Andresen. I love the term parallel entrepreneur. That's the title that they put in the LinkedIn, and aim for that hat trick. And he's a founder and CTO of many different companies. But I love the ID one, indyKite, also the indyRIOT. But one of my favorites is artist-to-artist environment, Juniverse. Basically is in there. But he's coming from some microsystems background and IT background. And I always enjoy listening to Lasse for this, and several times I witnessed. I'm looking forward to it. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me, and thanks for the nice introduction. And I'm really looking forward to this. And as you said, kind of like parallel entrepreneur, you know, if you want to do kind of like 2 or 3 more unicorn before you die, you have to do it in parallel. I'm not kind of like 19 anymore. So
not enough time in the, you know, a lot of ideas, but then not enough time. You have to parallel process it for sure.
Yeah, life's too fun. A lot of stuff we want to do. So having a ball with some new companies. So and I think there's been a lot of good kind of like advice already this morning, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody out there. I don't have a clue where you are, so I just need to cover every time zone. So I was thinking about doing something maybe a little bit different, not repeat kind of the same thing that everybody else doing, and of course just to make it very kind of like unusual, I have even a little bit kind of like different start that I normally do, and then think what is the biggest kind of like nightmares that you can have in business, and kind of like so I'm not going to spend a lot of time that, but I was thinking about why don't I just take the top 3, and I think number 1 here is, as a business nightmare, what I'm thinking of is kind of like, whoa, think if everybody has to go back to kind of like a full day at the office. That I don't think that's going to fly in 2024. So I think that's absolutely one of my big nightmares and for startups out there. And number 2, what about these guys? Kind of like, back in the heydays, dress code, go through IBM, kind of like training sessions, so how you should address from an IT. I think those kind of times is definitely over. And in my company, we only have one kind of like rule, is that you have to dress. So that's at least one of my advice, that you should keep at least that as a policy. And I think, honestly, all out there, all CTOs or CEOs, whatever, kind of like probably one of you in one company is enough. I don't think any of my company will have any good if there was two Lasse running the company. So diversity is absolutely important, and look for diversity, look for somebody that is totally different to yourself, and I think that's a key to success. But Joe, from these nightmares, why don't we run through some of my rules from creating great companies as CTO, CEO. You know, I had both roles several times, and I'm going to take you like through 10 of them, and hopefully there's going to be some time in the end for some questions if people are up to it. And This sounds obvious, but it is. I meet so many people that are kind of like is constantly going from left to right or right to left. You if do a startup and as a CTO and what you believe in, you really need to just stay true to your vision. There's a lot of people that are going to challenge that, and if you start kind of like every time you are getting some pushback, you are starting to kind of like follow the last smart or the last conversation you had with somebody. I don't think that's going to cut it. You absolutely need to believe in what you're doing and be true to your vision. I think that's key for being successful CTO and also a founder for a startup and any company, to be honest. Then the most important thing, kind of like it's the team, it's the people, and getting the right people. And hiring the wrong people can be a big setback. Not only does it take time before you are figure out this is not the right person, then you had to get somebody out of stage, and also then you need to find a replacement. And I think this thing is so important for a CTO, and also making sure that you are very open to diversity. This is like putting a band together. Like you will have kind of like as people that just like to be in the corner coding and not doing any documentation at all, and you have other people with total other type of skills, and that is what you're looking for, and you need to embrace the diversity of people. But of course, as a CTO, you need to kind of like get them to play together. You need to get this working, which can be hard. And if the drummer kind of like don't listen to the bass player or vice versa, it will not be groovy. And they are probably very different. But I normally also do a reference to kind of like to Rolling Stones, because thinking about being the boss or the manager for Keith Richard was probably not an easy job as a manager. But again, they become one of the largest bands in the world, and they are all very different, and you need to cope with those kind of people and getting the right band together. And when it comes to also changing, there's one thing: if there is doubt, there is no doubt. You need to do the change, even if it's painful. You need to do it correct, ethically. There's always people involved, but if you need to do a change, do it sooner than later. And a good friend of mine, he said, have you ever regretted you fired somebody too early? Think about that. Probably when you finally do a change, you sit down and you say, I wish I did that sooner than later. So just a couple of advice there from getting the band together and building the team. Culture really matters. And this is the difference between great companies and just normal companies. And building that, it starts at the top. It is the management team, it's the CEO, it's the CTO, it's all your manager that actually set the culture. And honestly, you can't fake it. People will see kind of like the culture in your eyes, how you behave in every situation, and you need to be consistent, and you can't kind of like appear in different ways in different meetings or in different kind of like situations. So, but just remember, the culture starts at the top. People can see it in your eyes, and you can have as many posters on the wall about this is our culture, we are doing this, we are nice, we are respectful. It doesn't help. It starts with you, the CTO, the CEO, the manager, and actually how you behave every day. So I think that's a really important thing to think about as a CTO. Focus, of course, there's so much thing you can do, and startups is great because there's no baggage. You have a clean sheet or clean sheet of paper. You can go everywhere, and innovation, of course, is the much fun thing you can do. But and then it's kind of like focus is very, very important, and it has nothing to do with what you say yes to. It was you actually says no to. You can't do everything at the time. But I wouldn't throw away great ideas. Why don't you just have a concept of kind of like the fridge? So if somebody comes up with a great idea, okay, you said, okay, great, let's put it in here. We put it up on a rainy day if we run out of good ideas. But you really, really need to be able to say no. That's what focus is all about, and deliver end to end what you decide to do. That it's absolutely core. Number 5, passion. It is all about passion. Passion, and I will also say persistence. And this is in every kind of like, if you look on a creative industry or in the tech industry, like, and you hear the stories about kind of like how people finally had a breakthrough. It was that there was a lot of passion and you didn't give up. You were persistent. You were true to your vision. You just wanted to be that rock star or that movie star or this tech star. And it takes time, and it's absolutely a roller coaster of feelings. But if you don't like this and you don't have the passion and this other motivation that drives you, maybe you should not go in and take a position as a CTO, because you're leading other people. They will look for your energy and your vision and how you actually drive and behave. And I don't think you can fake it. So this is very important. If kind of like the only thing driving you is some kind of like monetization that I'm doing this because within 3 or 5 or 7 years we're doing an IPO, I think you have the wrong focus. So the passion for what you do, what you build, and what you want to deliver, and then see the result out when customers actually start using it. That's basically what it's all about. Keep your butt in the corner. Of course, it's a hockey term, maybe, and probably, and again, it's not something that I came up with, but this is the concept of you can't, as a company, you can't do everything. And if you're trying to do everything, you're competing with everybody. So if you are building a product company, for instance, don't also try to be a professional services company and doing consulting, or being an MSP, or vice versa. I think it's very important that you define what exactly are you doing as a company, and be very clear with that, stay to it, and then it's much, much easier to get partners. So if you're a pure product company, you can easily then partner up with system integrators that can do the deployment or hosting or MSP or whatever. But if you're trying again to do all of these things, professional services, operations, hosting, building, then I think actually you will have a huge problem. And again, you will have no friends. You're going to be alone, and there's no way no one to partner with. So do what you do it well, and keep your butt in the corner. Execution eats strategy for breakfast. You can have so many strategy as you want, good or bad, and kind of like on paper or talk about it or presentation, but the execution is absolutely the only thing that at the end of the day matters. Are you actually delivering stuff that works, which is according to your vision, and are you able to deliver it in time? There is a time stamp for bringing new technology and new products out to the market. And it's believe it or not, there's a lot of smart people out there. And I normally say if you're the only person on the planet that has this unique idea, it's normally one out of two things. Either you're way too early because you need to explain to everybody what this is all about and educate them, and they take a lot of time. Or secondly, it's a stupid idea. So kind of like make sure that the vision, the product, make sure you execute it on time, deliver it, get it out to your customers, let them actually test it, because you don't know what you're innovating in is actually a right thing or a great idea before somebody actually used it, paid for it, and got value out of it. So end to end, and remember timing. If you have working on something that is great, then it's probably a lot of other people doing the same thing. And if you don't execute, somebody is going to do it before you and actually be the winner. Enjoy the ride. It might feel kind of like hard to be able to do that, but I think it's necessary to survive as a CTO and building a startup, because it is an emotional roller coaster. There's no way to do a safe startup. It's mission impossible. So every day is basically gonna be 3 or 4 yoo-hoo, celebrate, and kind of like 5 ouch, there's something went wrong. And you need to kind of like be friend with it and enjoy that kind of like ride. You have a lot of pushback by people, and of course a lot of people are going to challenge you of if is this the right technology we're using, are we doing it the right way. So there will be a lot of kind of like hard days and how to explain, and also get the people around you with you on the ride. So you just need to enjoy it. Again, you're gonna feel alive, and I myself, I think that's the best thing on the planet, that you really feel on the pulse, good decisions and bad decisions. Nothing is worse than no decisions. So just do it. And again, when there is win, don't say, oh, we're gonna kind of like celebrate this kind of like in the end of the quarter or next year or whatever. And when there is time to celebrate, that is a really bad strategy. Enjoy the ride, celebrate the wins as you go, because it's going to be a bumpy road. Then a little bit also back to the first thing of being true to your vision. If you're doing a startup and if you are a CTO, whatever, kind of like I don't believe in anybody that has a plan B. If you have a plan B, you don't believe in plan A. And you're starting to kind of, let's say, and to build a safety net or a backup. If this doesn't work, what should I then do? You should, of course, adjust your plan A all the time, because you will learn as you go, and something gonna fly and something is basically gonna kind of like crash and burn. So fail fast and carry on. But no plan B, and kind of like I'm using this. I don't know where this come from, but I'm sure it come from me. There's no way to be half pregnant, or base jumping, one of the favorite sports, kind of like in the area where I am born, and you're jumping out of a cliff. When you jump, and you hope to learn to land, of course, and not being killed. But if you're halfway trying to have a plan B, I'm sure you will absolutely be killed. So I think that this is really important. And make sure you don't have any ego. Even if you're a CTO, you don't have to be the smartest person in the room at all time. If somebody comes up with a new data point, a new point of view, and you said, oh shit, I didn't think about that. With that extra piece of data, adjust your plan A straight away. Don't try to kind of like always be the smartest guy. Listen, learn, adjust all the time. And it's really easy if you just go in and say, oh shit, I didn't think about that. Forget what I just said because that was stupid based on the new data points you just gave me. And let's carry on with this. And this is all how you build a good team, and also you get the best out of the best of everybody. So I think that's absolutely core to be successful as CTO, but also as a leading technology company. Last but not least, we're coming to number 10 here now. Kick ass and have fun. Again, life's too short. You go out there, and of course, you want to make sure that you are making life really, really miserable for all your competitors, and absolutely having fun while doing it. So I think that's my main bullet on the business plan and how we operate. Go out there, create great technology, kick the shit out of your competitors, and absolutely have fun while you're doing it.
Hey, that was great.
That was a mouthful.
Thank you very much. No, this was incredible. It is great to hear insights from you, and I love the idea. I used to parachuting long before the actual base jumping started, and I'm a big fan of base jumpers, and I follow quite a lot of them, and my wife told me that I'm allowed to do it after my son goes to college. So I don't know what that says about me and her, but I'm not allowed to do base jumping because there's no plan B in there, as you were saying it. It's you need to really plan and prepare for it.
Yeah, when you jump, but there's no turning back to the plane.
No. And well, there's been a couple of jumpers out there that switch planes up in the air. That was quite interesting. Edgar was doing it. All right, Yaroslav have a question. How do you balance the need for swift adoption of new technologies with ensuring the profitability of IT projects as a CTO?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is don't compromise on customization. That you have one client is asking for something very special, and you they are kind of like waving dollars in front of you, and okay, I want the money, but what I'm doing here, it has no reuse in any other kind of like scenario or use case for any other clients. So you basically are creating a stepchild, so to speak. And these stepchild, they live for a very long time, and much longer than you normally like. So I think the most important thing for making sure that the choose of the technology and what you say yes to and make it profitable is that you don't go after these low-hanging fruit, creating something custom for somebody that you basically need. You have technical depth for the next 5 years, and they probably don't. It's only nice money in the beginning. So think about that. Does this actually, can you sustainable? Can several more people use it? Can you scale it?
I think you're very much so on spot there. As whenever you're doing in startups, sometimes you feel like, is it quick money? Is it something that you're going? But you need to make the foundation right. And you mentioned earlier in your talk about Rolling Stones. I'm actually seeing them tomorrow.
Hey!
I saw them about 2.5 years ago in their last tour, which it was full 4 of them. Unfortunately, lost 1 of them, but it was a big insight of everybody gives credit to Mick Jagger as a businessman to say, this is going to last long. I want to make this last long. And I'm very impressed that 80-plus-year-olds are running around on the stage, and especially Mick Jagger. I took my 17-year-old son, now 17, he was 15 then, and he goes, I can't believe I'm entertained by 80 years old. And I said, that is the plan. I mean, he made that plan, and he stayed there, and he's still running for it. And hopefully tomorrow night I'm gonna enjoy it one more time. This is my 5th or 6th time that I'm watching them live.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, I'm lucky on that. But it is very important to stay on track and be persistent and create a foundation to be able to build on top of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So this makes a major difference out there. So I'm just checking the questions. If there's any questions, please shoot. Otherwise, Lasse, how do you see internationally is impacting all this different technologies are coming through? What's your observation? I mean, this has been a very international summit. Nearly everybody from Denmark, India. I'm from Turkey originally, and I'm watching the Europe, Asia, etc. And so, what is your thought process there?
I think first of all, kind of like technology across borders, no doubt about it. And the winner is always adoption. So if you are limiting yourself kind of like in the beginning to kind of like your home region and say, oh yes, I'm just gonna have a breakthrough here first, and then kind of like after 3-5 years I go crazy and I move to the next country, which is kind of like have border. I think you're missing a great opportunity. So technology has no borders, and honestly also there are some location where the adoption of new technology can run or is actually adopted faster. And there are some countries and cultures that are more conservative. And of course, there is nothing wrong to being conservative. But if you want to have your technology tested, you want to have it fast up and running, maybe there's some regions that are smarter to start in than others. But think international from day one.
Yes.
I think is rule number one on the answer to that question.
One of the other things as well is people don't realize how fast some of the countries that you don't expect implements these technologies, because it's kind of opens up the world for them. You know, they don't have a right infrastructure or education facilities, etc. But as soon as they get a phone, they get internet. It opens up their view, so they leverage more about this technologies faster than some of the countries that you expect that they'll be ahead of things. But adoption is not that easy.
Yeah, and as you said, and also kind of like language is not a barrier anymore. Like, and again, technology across borders.
One of the startups I did is Smart AI. And basically takes your videos, and you might have seen some of the videos I posted, is into 17 languages dubbing and multi-people videos as well. So and it's not just translating text, etc. It's actually dubbing, cloning my voice and dubbing it, and it sounds like I'm talking in Chinese or Korean or Spanish. So as you said, the language is no longer an issue.
That's good. Okay, I see we're running out of time.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Lasse, and looking forward to see you again.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Hey Ali, this next one is going to be the Ali Salhi joining in. He's from Loop Insurance, which is going to be really revolutionize the car insurance thing in there. And I love that the way he put it in abstract of his presentation about look at the reality. and macro factors. I mean, I think all of us lived in the suddenly you're hit by a pandemic and you have to deal with it, or and continuous learning you have to do by changing the environments. I'm looking forward to listening and hearing the insights that you have, Ali.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Yeah, ever-changing landscapes, and kind of like being a startup CTO, sometimes you have to adapt a lot. So hopefully I touch on some of my experiences here and it's valuable.
Excellent. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. I think we have screen share. So yeah, first of all, thank you very much, guys, for having me in this summit. A funny little thing happened to me when I got invited to this one. I started working on a topic and a presentation that was, on AI. It was on retrieval augmented generation, and it was a very technical presentation. And then I was like, hold on, let me actually look at the CTO summit page. Turns out it was a very culturally focused one as opposed to a technical one, which is very delightful when you're a CTO, because usually you get invited to speak about very technical topics only. So very excited to be talking about from code to culture. I think that's an amazing theme for the summit. And today my presentation is about the evolving role of the CTO, building towards strategic leadership, which is really an end goal that we all want to reach, but it doesn't always start there. So without further ado, let me get straight into it. Today I'll be touching on three main things. The first one is the CTO's focuses to the different stages of a startup. So we'll look at where do startups start, and then where do they want to go, and how does the role of the CTO evolve through these different timelines. Second, I'll move to talking about some of the changing realities and macro factors. So what are the external and internal changes that make the CTO's role sometimes challenging, things that you have to adapt to. And finally, I'll talk about the vital importance of continuous learning. And that last slide I have there, honestly, can be applied to any industry, any presentation. It doesn't have to be CTO, it can be COO, CEO, could be an engineer, whatever it is that your role is, the importance of continuous learning is always going to be there. I think it's really going to be about 70% on the first point, and then the remaining 30% are going to be for the second 2 points. So let's get right into it and talk about the typical startup phases. This, typical here is in between quotation marks because not two startups are going to have the same journey. However, I put together this little diagram here that talks about 4 main stages of a startup and then 4 main focus areas for the CTO of that startup. So at the early stage, at the beginning, we have early stage where the CTO's focus should be on building the foundation. As the foundation of your technology, the foundation of your product, the foundation of your team and company culture. Moving on to a product market fit, that's where validating those ideas, that foundation, and iterating a lot is very important. So at that point, you're really trying to say, okay, I had the idea, I built a little bit of a foundation for my product, and now I need to really go back and forth, iterating until I get to something that I see that customers like, and I can start to build on top of and grow, which then takes you to the growth stage, which a lot of people refer to as, you need to reach escape velocity. Reaching escape velocity, meaning you have a good product, the market is responding to that product very well. Now your focus as the CTO is really on scaling the operations. You may have built a product that can service 100 people at a time, and scalability is no issue. But what happens when you have 1,000 people or 10,000 people or 50,000 customers, right? You need to scale not only your technology stack, but also your operations. And finally, maturity stage for a startup. And that's where the CTO should really stop focusing on that day-to-day operation piece and more so on strategic growth. How can I stay relevant? How can I keep being relevant 2-3 years down the line? And what are the things that I should be investing in today in order to make that happen? So we'll go into each one of these stages, and I'll talk about the roles of the CTO and the areas of focus and how they evolve from one to the other. First, let's start with the early stage. Okay. So this format that I'm following in this slide, there's 2 slides that you're going to see being repeated across these stages. I wanted to keep a consistent format to make sure that we're really just seeing the differences in the content, but the slides are going to be the same. So the definition and reality during the early stage. The stage is characterized by the initial development of the core product or service. Your company doesn't yet have a minimum viable product to demo or sell. I heard somebody say, I forgot who it was, but somebody say this morning in one of their presentations that you should be talking about minimum delightful product, or I like to say the minimum lovable product as well is pretty interesting. MVP is table stakes, but is MVP going to allow you to get that escape velocity and get to a growth stage? Perhaps not. You need to find something that has a moat around it, that people are actually really wanting to get to your product and use it, and they're willing to pay for it. The goal during this stage is to validate the core concept and gain early traction. You had the idea, now you need that idea to become somewhat reality, and you need somebody on the other end giving you feedback on that idea, or actually saying, oh, I like it. Let me see what you've worked on. Let me see what you've built. Your reality as a CTO during that stage is that you have very limited resources. This is one of the stages where you have the least resources possible. And you have pretty much very lacking infrastructure and processes. This is where you have nothing and you need to start building. So the CTO's role in this early stage. Well, the engineer, the product manager, and the recruiter / people manager. You need to be leading the core functionality development and working on bugs yourself as an engineer. Right? The CTO needs to be an engineer themselves in the early stage. Managing and developing the infrastructure deployments. Where do we kind of like serve our product from? Is it this cloud or that cloud? Is it this infrastructure, that infrastructure? You need to be involved in making those decisions, because these are the decisions that are going to allow you to scale up later on in the stages. And you need to be architecting pretty much all core system components and establishing the tech stack. Right? Keep in mind, this is for the early stage. You do not have that MVP yet. So you're really having to architect everything. Make sure that your vision as a CTO is really being applied at the very, very early stages and onset, because it is going to be a lot harder to go back and change that architecture, go back and change that infrastructure once you're in bigger stages. It might still be relevant and it might still be appropriate to do, but the more you can focus on that at the early stage, the easier time you will have scaling and growing in the later stages. You also need to be the product manager, define an MVP scope and prioritizing features, and hopefully interacting directly with customers and beta testers to gather and incorporate feedback. You're so small that you do not have 1,000 customers. You have 10. Take the time to actually speak to each and every single one of them, see where they're focused, see where your product is serving them correctly, see where your product is failing them. And really ask them about, your product roadmap should be coming from internally, your vision, but also from them. They should define your product roadmap and they should inform your product roadmap. And you should also be doing a lot of people management and recruitment, identifying and hiring key resources. It's very hard to do that at a very early stage because you do not have a lot of funding. You do not have, you're not really sexy as a startup yet. So people are not going to be drawn to you. You need to be convincing that one lead engineer that you're really, really interested in working with, that your project is worth more than the next project that they're going to be presented with. And you need to be doing a lot of work, building a sense of shared purpose and commitment with the founding team. When you're at a very, very early stage startup, being committed as a team and having like a common goal and a shared goal is very important because you're going to have to burn a lot of the midnight oil. And you need people that are motivated and that are believing in the mission in order to work with you on those things. Second, we move on to the product market fit stage, which is hopefully you've got your MVP and you're starting to refine that product, making it go from, a POC, proof of concept, and an MVP into an actual product. So this is where you're refining the product based on user feedback and market data. The focus is on validating that there is a sustainable market for the product and that it meets the needs of the target audience. This key point here is very important. Validating that there is a sustainable market, not a market, a sustainable market. Because if it costs you $10 for every customer that gets to you, but then your revenue from that customer over their lifetime is $7, guess what? You do not have a sustainable market. You have a market, but you either need to raise your prices or lower your costs. Your goal here is to move from POCs and betas into real paying and sustainable customers. Very, very important to focus on sustainable. And your reality is that you still have limited resources, and now you have a huge emphasis on iteration and fast feedback loops. So how do you make sure that you have a fast iteration and feedback loop between the customers and yourself while still having limited resources? Well, it's through discipline and clearly defined processes. Your role, once again, engineer, product manager, and the manager. However, your focuses in each one of these is a little bit different. So as the engineer, we're refining MVP features based on user feedback, building the the foundations of your structured dev and cloud ops. Because you need to have a lot of iteration, DevOps and cloud ops, they don't need to be fancy, but they need to be very solid. That means you need to be able to deploy willy-nilly. You're not going to do one deployment every month. You're going to deploy to production multiple times per week, sometimes multiple times per day, in order to fix the little things, the nifty things, as engineers are starting to complete features. And you need to start. Really, like, I think I should have added the word start. You need to start building instrumentation and analytics into your product. I'm not here saying that you need to have a mature instrumentation analytics pipeline, but you need to start having your key metrics just being able to be defined, because speed is very important. You're not going to want to do a lot of qualitative work in order to get feedback. You're going to want to get feedback on the get-go as your product is being utilized by your customers. Once again, these analytics, this instrumentation into your product is going to help you iterate a lot faster, because you can catch errors before they start bubbling up and becoming bigger issues, and then you have to listen to your care team or your ops team is telling you, hey, customers are complaining about XYZ, customers are complaining about ABC. As the product manager, you need to define quantitative methods for measuring product market fit, user growth, engagement, retention. On the opposite side, churn as well. You need to be collecting and analyzing qualitative data as well. Still not big enough. You're still not big enough to where you can speak to a subset of customers. So you need to keep that going. You need to be identifying and targeting the ideal customer segment for growth. Keep in mind, in the previous slides, I talked about finding the sustainable customer. This is where you're doing that identification of who is the ideal customer. I might have 10 customers, but really my future depends on this, like within those 10 customers I have 5 that really I can grow with, and I have 5 that I'm never going to be able to grow with. So really make sure to identify the customer segment that is sustainable, that is going to provide you with sustainable growth. And finally, you need to be implementing strong product management and SDLC practices, because as we said, speed of iteration is very important, and that usually tends to be a lot easier when you have some clearly defined processes. They don't have to be too rigid, but they have to be repeatable and really well understood and ingested by the whole team. So there is not every problem, not every new feature is us discussing, oh, well, how are we going to push this to the market? We already have a framework that works, and we need to just kind of like repeat, iterate, and improve it. And as the manager, you need to start thinking about implementing more formal development processes, best practices, because at this point, you're not really, you're not in POC stages. You're not going to trash everything you have and build again if, you have some issues with your current infrastructure. This is where you have live customers. So at this point, you don't have the freedom to say, well, this module does not work. Let's just trash it and build a new one. Or if you do that, you need to know how you're going to upgrade your current live in production systems with the new infrastructure and architecture that you're developing. Moving on to the growth stage. During this stage, the focus is on scaling the business and growing the user base, which also means scaling the infrastructure and the engineering and product teams. The goal here is stability, security, and scalability, while growing the team and customer base. And the reality is that resources are a little bit more available. However, your pace is very important, because at this point, you no longer have a small subset of customers. You have a larger subset of customers, and you're acquiring them at a very fast pace. This is that escape velocity. So what you really need to be focused on here is, how do I make sure that the pace at which I'm making my system scalable, secure, and stable is really there to sustain all this influx of new customers. One of the biggest killers for products is when your customers don't have a good entry point, right? If they face problems while they're trying to use your product for the first time, well, they're just going to go one Google search and they're going to find a competitor. So that entry point and that that ingestion of new customers, that onboarding of new customers is going to be super important. And it was actually a huge focus for us at Loop. How do we get you from somebody who wants an insurance policy to somebody who's on our mobile app? How do we make sure that that's as smooth of a transition as possible? We've had so many issues with that in the past, but then we really focused on it and it became one of our drivers for no issues in month 1 or month 0. We like to call it month 0 of being a Loop customer. The CTO's role in the growth stage is, as the engineer, you're optimizing system performance and ensuring high availability. You're investing in monitoring and alerting systems. This is, again, that instrumentation. You're doing that at the product analytics level, but you're also doing that at the infrastructure level. You want to make sure that if there's a bug, you hear about it and you know about it at the same time as your customers, if not earlier than your customers. So you can actually, code red, alert, and then you go fix it. You don't want, because if you don't do that, you're going to have a lot of adverse impact on your operations teams. So let's say, for example, for us, we have an issue where customers are unable to make payments. And we have our automatic kind of like reminders going to people saying, hey, you're not making your payment, your insurance is going to be canceled. Well, guess what happens? Our care teams are going to be flooded with phone calls or emails or tickets, while in fact, the customer is not at fault. We are at fault because one of our modules, for example, for taking autopay is down. That's a huge issue that I want to hear about before the customer hears about it, because my care team is going to get overloaded by it. As a product manager, you need to be focusing on feature and product growth. Right? So you've got your POC, you've got your MVP, right? You've got your product that does A and B and C. Well, now you need to go for the rest of the alphabet. How can I supplement this product to make sure it's actually a very sticky product that people cannot do without it? That it's not only helping them do the things that we promised at the beginning, but we can add to that promise, make these things A, B, C also a lot easier and simpler to use, add features to them. And you need to identify the biggest challenges to growth and stability. Churn, customer acquisition cost. A lot of what engineering team do after a product is live in the market and you have customers, it's not just on adding new features, is that are actually like tangibly new use cases for the user. Sometimes a lot of the new things that you add are not new use cases for the user. They're on enabling new distribution channels, right? You're building a lot for that, but the user does not really see any difference. The user, for them, the product is the product. And as the manager, you're building a strong engineering culture at this point. You're fostering collaboration, innovation, and continuous learning. I heard the question earlier in one of the previous presentations is how do you ensure that you have this kind of like innovation mindset in the company? Challenge your team. Just give them big challenges that you don't know how to solve, and give them some time to do a hackathon on it. Some of the highest velocity we've achieved as a company here at Loop was during some of our hackathons. You have your run-of-the-mill sprints that we have, but then we have like big challenge, big issue, not a lot of time, it needs to go live soon. All right, we scrap one of our sprints, we get a pod together and we say, hackathon, we have 3 to 4 days, we need to actually work this out. And by day 3, we need to have the solution already workable. We need to start thinking about how we're going to incorporate it into our products and how we're going to deploy it to live. That enables everybody to just kind of like get out of those processes that we defined earlier from like, okay, products does the requirements, define priorities, and gives the engineers something, they work on it on a sprint. We get away from that and we say, hey, let's get a bunch of brains together in a room and we have 3 to 4 days to figure out this problem and build something for it. And some of the best things we've done at Loop came out of hackathons, and we try to do them every now and a while. And then finally, as the manager, you need to be building a strong, I said that already. Performance management systems, you need to start defining clear expectations and regular feedback with your engineers. We're no longer a small, scrappy team. We can still be scrappy, but right now we are supporting a larger customer base. So we need to have some best practices, clear expectations from engineers, regular feedback so that everybody in the team can up level and grow together. And also, as the CTO, you have a big role to play in democratizing the reliance and use of data in the organization. And this is very, very important for technical teams and for non-technical teams. As a CTO, your technical teams need to start relying on data. So whenever they bring me a problem, whenever they bring you a problem, all right, what's the data to back this up sometimes is a good question to ask. You're not always going to have that data, but it's always a good question to ask just to know if we have quantitative data for this. And finally, the rest of the company as well, non-technical folks, you need to really make sure to bridge that gap to make sure that they have access to easily understandable, easily consumable data so that it informs their business functions. Every single one of their business functions does rely on some metrics to make sure if so some KPIs to know if they're going in the right direction, if they're not going in the right direction. So your role is to make sure that they have access to that. Finally, we have the maturity stage. In this stage, the company has established a stable market presence and is focused on maintaining its position and exploring new growth opportunities, long-term sustainability, innovation, and strategic planning, right? Building towards strategic leadership. Your goal here during this phase is to maintain and grow your market position, which means innovate. And the reality is that resources are plentiful, strategic clarity and focus are important. I heard a few times today during the presentations that even in a large-scale company, your resources are not plentiful. You're always going to be lacking resources. And I think that's somewhat true, because if you look at what I'm saying here, strategic clarity and focus are important. Resources are plentiful if you're focused and if you know what your priorities are. If you don't know what your priorities are and you don't have clean focus, then I don't care if you have 1,000 engineers or 2,000 engineers. If you want to do everything under the sun, you're not going to be able to achieve that, and you're going to feel like you're lacking resources. However, if you know what are the 3 most important things that the company needs to be focused on over the following year, then a lot of times you're going to find yourself in a position where you can justify engineering spend on those things because it has a direct ROI. And the CTO's role during this stage is strategic technology planning and road mapping, driving innovation and exploring emerging technologies, establishing R&D and product development function. So you need to really focus and establish an R&D organization, because most of your product engineers are going to be working to support your current and existing features and product. You need to be looking into the future at what do we need to build over the next few years. And finally, I think you need to be maintaining a lot of relationships with key technology partners. Go to conferences, meet with people, network with them. Whoever you use as a technology vendor, make sure you have your core team there that you're very close with, because once you have those kinds of reliances on external third parties, they become a make or break for a lot of areas in your business. Now moving on to the second point, which is navigating shifting sands, changing realities and macro factors. Some of the most important characteristics of CTO through the different stages of a startup are adaptability and resilience, because everything is changing. Your team is changing, a lot of things are changing, needs are changing, and so I'll list a few of those. One, the economic fluctuations and funding landscape. About 3 years ago, funding was very different than what it looks like today. Now, a lot of the funding is going to AI startups, rightfully so. However, if you're not getting the right budgets for what you need to accomplish, you need to make sure that you have a resilient enough team to where these fluctuations are not going to impact your ability to deliver on your product roadmap. Because at the end of the day, you're really trying to deliver to a product roadmap. You have evolving customer needs. Customer needs something today, tomorrow they need something different. And the day after they need something completely different. So you need to make sure that you're accounting for those fluctuations and evolving customer needs while still supporting your core value proposition. Emerging technologies are very important. How many companies are rendered irrelevant because of the new advancement in AI? So they have 2 options, right? They actually embrace those technologies and start developing their own or adopting them, or they're going to be left in the dust, really. And then talent market dynamics. Very, very important to keep an eye out for. Is there an influx of engineers or products people in the market that you can hire from? Or is there a lack of those people, in which case you need to make sure that you have some sort of duplicity in your team so that if somebody decides to leave at some point, you're not really left stranded. And finally, continuous learning. This is a non-negotiable must. It doesn't matter if you're a CTO, engineer, products person. It doesn't matter what your field is, really. Specifically for CTOs and for technical folks, whether it's in product, data, or engineering, I think you have a few areas where you can continuously learn and grow. One is the evolving technology landscape. The tech stack we use today is probably going to be old school in 3 years. So we need to make sure that we're always learning and evolving. Leadership development. As a CTO, a lot of people are just pure engineers, very focused, not a lot of social skills. You need to make sure that you're able to lead that team. Business acumen. CTO, it comes in the title. C is part of your title. You need to be interacting with the C-suite. You need to be interacting with VPs. You need to be interacting with the rest of the company. How do you communicate with them effectively and make sure that they are able to understand you, that you are able to understand them? And finally, personal growth, because it's always a good thing. And there are multiple avenues to learn all of these things, industry conferences and events, just like this one. Mentorship and coaching, find companies, find people that are where you want to be in the next 2 to 3 years, connect with them on LinkedIn, connect with them in a conference, ask for their mentorship and coaching, ask about their experiences and how they went from where you are today to where they are today. Online courses and certifications. Funny thing is, after I've gotten my bachelor's degree and master's degree, the first thing I did after that was register on a Coursera certificate. People are asking me, why are you getting a certificate? You just did all this education. Well, because a lot of times what you learn in school is a little bit like it's a few years back. It's a few years behind already. So I needed to make sure that I'm, up to date with the new technologies. And finally, professional memberships. I'm part of the Google Cloud Champions group, for example, and the amount of learnings I get from that group, from the peers in that group, is honestly invaluable. And I bring a lot of that into my day-to-day work and into the path that I take or we take as a company with our technology stack. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ali, and this was very insightful. I love the step-by-step that you are working through, and it is very important to be able to look at the different aspects. I love the concept, and in my presentation, I talk about the learning and relearning again is a big thing. So how do you plan your day or week to be able to cater that learning experience?
That's an interesting question. I think a lot of people that are in our position in technical room will tell you, well, I try to plan my day, but sometimes it just gets planned for me whenever things pop up out of the blue, right? You get a plethora of people reaching out to you with issues at the beginning of the day or late at night. That plans your day. However, in order to accommodate for learning, I try to do non-negotiable things, such as if there is a course that is like a few weeks and it's like 1 hour a week or something, I actually put it on my calendar. So that way everybody knows that it's in my calendar and it's not going anywhere. So you cannot double book me. So it's almost like I don't have the choice, or I don't have that flexibility and freedom to say I'm just not going to attend this because I'm not feeling like attending this, or because I have another meeting. It's already in my calendar. Yeah.
That's very good. What about the what do you limit your learnings to?
I think that's a personal preference thing, right? I'm very much interested in new things in cloud because that's where I focus and specialize in, but also a lot of AI stuff because that's what I studied, right? So honestly, if you're going to learn something because you think it's going to be lucrative for you in 2 years to have this on your resume, I don't think that's a good way to go about it, because you are not going to learn it. You are going to just get lazy. I learn things that I'm excited about. Honestly, a lot of the things I learn sometimes completely irrelevant to my day-to-day job. I don't even have like a path to apply them. But I'm like, you know what? This is exciting, and I'm going to find a way to make it relevant to my day-to-day job and improve my day-to-day job with it. So I'm just going to learn it because I'm excited about it. If I'm not excited about it, most times I'm going to go to session 1, session 2, or read article 1, read article 2, and I'm never going to read article 3 or go to session 3 because I'm just bored out of it.
That's very interesting. So how do you leverage AI in your day-to-day life?
Well, it helped me build this presentation, for example. So that's one way.
Tell me about the process that you're doing that.
So, well, in all honesty, I leverage AI in my everyday life in a few ways. Well, the first thing is, when I hear AI, everybody just talks about large language models. I like to talk about machine learning in general and predictive modeling, which is how I started my career. So I used to use AI, and still do in our company today, as a foundation of what we build, right? Like, it's part of my everyday work. However, for personal use of AI, honestly, I just use it as a companion. I use it for 2 main things. All of my side projects that I need to do development on. A side project is something you want to do quickly. So I'm building this little, Python service, microservice in the backend that I wanted to build as a side project. in order for that side project to be successful, I just use Gemini 1.5 to help me generate a lot of the boilerplate code. So it's quick and easy for me to get that code, test it out, modify it, and it really shortcuts like 70% of my time developing that microservice. When it comes to presentations like this, I usually like to come up with what I want to talk about, how I want to talk about it, the angle I want to take, and like the sections that I want to discuss. I use things like Gemini or GPT, more Gemini than GPT lately because I really like their 1.5. And so I use that just to help me structure my thoughts. It's never going to do the whole presentation for you, or it's never going to do the whole work for you, but it really is a good starting point to structure your thoughts and to give you ideas you may have perhaps not thought about.
Okay, quite interesting. So I'll ask tactical stuff like, why do you use Gemini versus what is the
GPT?
Yeah.
I'm a Google Cloud champion. I'm biased, so
right.
if Google comes up with it, I have to try it. I use Gemini. Honestly, recently I've been using more and more of Gemini just because I want to test the limits of that context window that they have. It's the biggest context window we have in any large language model. At 1 million, beta is available with 2 million token context windows. And so that's what I like to use. I'm like, you know what? Instead of doing a question and answer on small chunks, let me see if I can give it a lot of context and a multimodal context, as in like images, text, code, and saying, come up with something for me. And I think that's where I find it exciting.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ali. It's been very insightful. I love the overall what you're doing, and I love the company you're driving about the car insurance perspective. But your insights are much more extensive than just car insurance and the IT related to it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and I am. Give me a second. Let me get my screen share. I'm the next speaker, but let me share with you some of the insights. First of all, make sure that. Sorry, what happened? Give me a second. Something is happening here. That's okay. Okay. This is better. Sorry about that. One of my machines that I was planning of doing this presentation crashed. I love living in the leading and bleeding edge. That's one of the learning strategies that I have. I nearly have everything on my machines as a pure release or pushing the limits of those machines. It's been a great day. It's been a lot of insights to it. And I'm not going to go into much more depth into the technology, but let me give you a little bit of my thought process and what I've been living in last year. It's been a year since I hosted and presented in this conference. And this idea of how to shoot a moving target from a canoe came from the movie where we have the certain pirates in the sea captures a captain. You might have seen the movie, and it's a great story about talking about all the different senses, etc. I just want to concentrate on the last scene where the military comes to save the captain, okay? And they're on a boat, and he's on a boat, and there's a sharpshooter who does shoot that. And I'm like, I'm not in the hunting and shooting, etc. But when a moving target is shot from a moving environment, it becomes a very interesting technical problem that I see. I'm like, oh my God, this person did an amazing job to be able to have this moving boat under themselves, and there's a moving target in the end, and be able to hit it. Okay, so I'm like, oh, this is like much more of a CTO startup situation, because quite a lot of times, not only that you have your target and it's constantly moving with the changing technologies, changing and competition, etc., but your foundation is not strong enough to hold you stable as well. So this is one of the areas that I wanted to talk about. One of the things that I would like to say is keep calm. We are all in the same boat. I mean, it's. I know sometimes every CTO, everybody in the technology feels this way, that all these technologies are coming to you, and it's changing constantly, it's moving, and you want like, can we just stop for like a day, a week, so I can just get my things straight so we can move on. It's not an easy, and I don't think it's a realistic concept. It's constantly the boat is moving, the technology is going to move, and you have no choice but to be able to adapt that to make us successful in CTO role. So I tell people like in a lot of different areas, like, get used to the change. This is constant now. It's not going to be a stable time from technology perspective, from a lot of things happening in the world. But we are all in the same boat. We need to leverage our understanding, our ideas, and be able to adapt to it. All right. Target will always be moving. Are you on a stable foundation? All right. Are you lucky enough to have a foundation that you built yourself into it? As a CTO, you need to look at that. As a startup CTO, Ali mentioned several times, several other speakers talk same thing as well. You cannot be always concentrating on the target, on the thing that you are going to do, because you need to spare certain amount of your time as a CTO in a startup to create the foundation stable enough so you can really aim to the target that is moving constantly. Okay. As soon as you get the customers, as Ali was mentioning, you have no chance to go back and stabilize your foundation, rewrite it, etc. In the beginning, when you are doing the demonstrations and you have the mock-ups, you have the prototypes, it's very easy. You go, okay, we can go there and we can leverage this. It's very important that you are always in a stable foundation. That foundation may be leveraging existing systems or leveraging certain services from cloud providers, for example. Make sure that you choose the right cloud provider, right foundation, to be able to make sure that you don't do things that is unnecessary for a startup. One of the biggest things last couple of years I've been working in startups, there's always a technical person, etc. Is like, let me create my own machine. It's easier to run this thing on my server. I'm like, no, because you're going to maintain that server, you're going to back up that server, you're going to secure that server, we're going to open up that server to our potential clients and potential investors for them to test and try stuff. I don't want to think more and more about the security of that environment, etc. Okay, leverage, because what we are trying to do is not to create that platform. That's not the value of it. Okay. Several years ago, we discussed this with Lasse and Edgar on this as well, that we'll go back in the panel. I was sitting and I had one of the most heated arguments with a CTO, actually CIO of a bank, a large bank in overseas. And he was saying that, listen to me, it's like, you don't understand that the bank that I'm working for does not give me enough resources to be able to create the right foundation. Okay, I'm like, okay, so why do you need resources for? He goes, Well, I want to make sure that the transactions and everything is done correctly in the bank. I go, okay. So what is your number one role? He goes, I want to make sure that everything is secure, everything is transacted properly. I go, well, I wouldn't give you much money for that. He goes, what do you mean? I said, well, for a bank, looking from outside, I assume that you have the right foundation, you are secure, my transactions will go through without any problem. That's not your differentiator. You have a big problem if you don't have it. Okay, if you don't have the security, you don't have the right foundation, you don't have the stability on your transaction, you have a big problem. But that doesn't mean that justifies why you are the CTO of this organization. Okay, you are a CTO of this organization to create and maintain and build that foundation, but you bring additional value to the top of the existing business. In startups, your job is to create that foundation, also aim to the business target that you are looking at. So it's very important to be able to concentrate and make sure that you spare enough time as a startup CTO, or if you're a CTO in a established business, you need to show the value that you are bringing in. Okay, you cannot tell the bank that I want more money because I make sure that there is a consistent transactions happening. The bank CEO will say, well, if it doesn't happen, your job is going to be in jeopardy. Okay, so it's very important to look at it in there. I talked a little bit earlier. We were lucky enough that last weekend I had an opportunity to experience Northern Lights in Seattle. And here on the picture, you're seeing me using my car as a shield from the street light to take a picture. So the background you see there in purples are not the any kind of editing. It's just what we were seeing it out on the sky. It was an amazing time, and it was a great opportunity to capture. Okay, we were talking with Klaus earlier. Unfortunately, he fell asleep. Okay, and he did not experience that. And this was a rare thing happening in Seattle. There's people who make trips to go and do it. So when the opportunity is there, make sure that you grab it, okay? But you need to understand what kind of opportunity. I love this cartoon about looking at it and says, oh, wow, there's a boat. I'm saved. And somebody on the boat goes, oh, it's a land. Thank God I'm saved, okay? You have to make sure that you understand the environment, the timing, and where you are and what's happening there, okay? So this is a culture CTO discussion. That's why I want to make sure that you understand. So make sure that when you are looking at technologies, okay, what are you trying to do? How is those technologies is going to help to cater your objectives, your targets? Are they going to make your foundation more stable? Or are they going to make you closer to the target and be able to hit that target? I don't know who actually drove this picture. I find it in my notes, and it's very important that you build a team that is not a crowd. Okay, everybody is doing something nice. Everybody is like, one person there is trying to fix the holes. The other person found the engine and tries to drive it in one direction. The other one is in the other direction. It is very important that your team acts as a team and making sure that you are targeting to the right direction. And the vision is very important. It's at a point like this, it's easy. It's most important. A strong CTO or any kind of a leader in this situation should say, "Stop, everybody." Okay, I'm gonna be the person who's gonna say, "Stop. We're gonna look at the situation. We need to reassess everything." Okay, we cannot continue working like this and in the frustration that's happening. Okay. Nobody is in a bad intention. The way I see in this picture, everybody is trying to get to the shore because with this boat, it looks like they need to be on the boat. I'm one of the proud people that I actually have a credit from the university when I was doing an undergraduate about pop culture, which our professor is going through a Star Trek episode to explain to us about pop culture. One of the things that I learned is actually Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, and Bones, Dr. Bones, is not three different people. Gene Roddenberry actually created the three characters to represent one person. Spock being the logical side, Dr. McCoy to be the emotional side of it, and one person to look at it. All right. Sometimes you are lucky enough to have right people around you, but most of the times you don't. So you have to make sure that you understand you are one person, but you have to have the emotional side and the logical side. And for every team that you build, you need to have right people to create a consistent one. It's not good to have just emotions or just one kind of a concept. It's not a good thing to have just logic and knowledge. Okay. And one of the first steps to be able to do that is know yourself. You really need to know yourself. And there's a lot of tools out there. Ali mentioned it. A couple of other people in the sessions talked about it. Check it out on the internet. Things like positive intelligence allows you to see who are your saboteurs in your life and how to avoid them, how to become more wisdom. Strength Finder identified your strength and how to leverage them. And Myers-Briggs looks at your personality, and these are the examples that I did, but there's plenty of others out there. It's very important to know yourself, know your teams with these tools, and create teams based on that. Okay, this allows you to boldly go where no man has gone before. Okay, and as a startup team and a person, that should be one of your motto, because that is going to make you one of the unicorns. That's going to make you one of the successful leaders in a startup, to try to boldly go where no man has gone before. Okay, I know it sounds very grand, but every startup feels that way and should feel that way to be able to go into the next steps. Lately, I haven't done many presentations without this slide. Okay, Ali mentioned it. Everybody mentioned it, that you need to learn constantly. Okay, Alvin Toffler is actually a great writer and futurist. And he made this quote in 1970s. Okay, the illiterate of 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And we see that constantly in today's thing. Okay, it was like a less than a month that I learned something like ChatGPT Omni. Okay, Genesis is a new version that is working. And if you are stuck as a startup CTO on the technologies that you know, or technologies that you feel comfortable with, you're not going to be able to hit your target, because these things are changing very quickly. You really need to spare time, and you are the person that is being looked at to in the company as the leading edge and bleeding edge. Okay, a lot of people tells me like, "Oh, you're crazy that you are using all this bleeding edge technologies on your PC, on your systems," and I go, "That's how I learn. That's how I learn, and force me to learn about the new things." Okay, I spare at least 20% of my time in a week to learn, and quite a lot of times unlearn the stuff that I knew and be able to step to the next level. Okay, so it's very important to be able to look at the technology this way as well. Okay, in the good old days, we used to learn certain stuff and absorb and leverage that knowledge for upcoming years. Unfortunately, those days are over as a CTO. Okay, similar to what we talked about, the creating a foundation. Creating a foundation in CTO's life is not the knowledge that they have, but knowledge that they can learn, and knowledge that they need to unlearn. Okay, unlearn and relearn, and that's the important part of a CTO in a startup. Your foundation should be strong enough to be able to understand the new technologies. New things are coming up. All right, that's your foundation. But your foundation is not what you learn on one specific technology or coding, etc. Your foundation is to be able to bring that new things to yourself first, then to your teams, then to the rest of the organization that you are living in. It is very important to be able to do that, and spare time, give yourself time to be able to move there. With that, I would like to thank you, everybody. I'll go back to this slide, and let's see if there's any questions. Feel free to just put in the chat and talk about it. Just to give you a little bit of a background, I did a lot of startups last couple of years. A couple of them is matured, and we were talking about the, with Lasse earlier in the session, the language is no longer a barrier. I use that. We built a startup called DubSmart AI, which allows you to take any kind of a video and translate it and dub it into different languages. And the nice thing about it, it actually tries to put in the timing and the lip sync as well. And it clones the voice that is being utilized. And the nice thing about it, you can actually do multiple people in there as well. So again, looking at the things is no longer we cannot operate in Japan because we don't know Japanese. That's no longer the case. Okay, you need to really adapt it and leverage these technologies. And the other thing that I find that quite a lot of things are not necessary in a startup organization is to build that something that exists. Okay, sometimes it sounds very good, very interesting to do it, but for example, even with ChatGPT, for example, Altman wrote a video and sound transcribing software to be able to take that knowledge and learn from it. And they go into the internet and look at the videos and sound bits to capture it. I think that was a waste of his time. Okay, there's been last 15 years a lot of good programs is written to do transcribing. Okay, when you have somebody already do the transcribing, as a CTO of a startup, you should not be writing and spending time transcribing software. Just go and leverage whatever is available out there, and there's plenty of them is available. So with that, I would like to have any questions, any areas that you would like to bring it up. Otherwise, we'll go into a panel discussion. And we had some issues because conflict with the schedules. There is now many people are coming in the panel, but we're going to have a much more deep dive on the topics that we're going to be. I know Edgar is going to join, and I don't know who else is going to be here as well. Any comments, question? Edgar Escobar is with us now, and let's do a panel and look at the things that. Edgar, one of the things that one of the last things that you were saying, things like AI is here to stay, okay? And about technologies that's coming in, and it's another question. Let me tell you about the experience I had about the AI perspective. My son is 17 years old in 11th grade, so we are doing the university tours. I'm not going to mention which university. It was an admission officer, and somebody raised their hand and said, "What are you doing about AI?" And the admission officers looked at it and said, "We believe in the honor system. Our students are very strong on the honor system. They will not leverage AI to do their homeworks or leverage to AI to do things in the class." I was telling to my son and my wife and say, "Let's move. Let's go to another university, because I want the university to teach them how to use AI in a right way, properly, giving credit, etc." AI is here to stay. I think trying to avoid it is not going to really stop. It's not going to help anybody. And it didn't help me that I wasn't allowed to use calculators during my education. I don't know what gave me in there, but I don't. What do you think about that?
I agree with you. I think I remember back when I was at university, I had this teacher that he didn't allow us to use a calculator. And this is going to end like a good story, but I remember that everything was meant to be done on a piece of paper. And I understand he was trying to develop our brain. He was trying to, like a muscle, any muscle, he was trying to develop some skills. However, I remember when we were in the middle of our class, one day he came up with a calculator. It was one of these Texas Instrument calculators. Probably you remember those.
Yes.
And he said, "This is the calculator that you're using from now forward. Your brain has developed, and now I want you to be fast. I want you to be faster." And he actually taught us how to program the calculator. At a certain point, he was like, "Look, I do need to develop your muscles, but in order to you to be faster, when the moment that you have the right tools, you can be better." So I think that's with AI. If you just neglect AI because it's going to make your life easier, that's a problem. You have to understand how to use AI. Now, in the proper time. Of course, if you are on human resources, I wouldn't expect you to understand what a neural network is. But if you're a data scientist, instead of just using TensorFlow and just throwing a model, yes, I would expect you to know what those models mean. And I guess that on one side makes our job now for a moment data analytics and data science people tougher because we need to learn more stuff. But on the other side, it also makes our job easier because we have tools to make it faster and better.
No, definitely. I think that's a right way. I mean, I love the platform that has been embraced by a lot of AI companies, including the one that I'm working as Copilot. It's not a trademark word. It's really describes what AI is. AI is a co-pilot. It's not a pilot, and it is one of those things that is helping you and assisting you and gives you an extra hand to do stuff. But that doesn't mean that it's taking over and becoming the pilot. It's very interesting. I was talking with one of the one of the largest call center systems, call centers in United States, and they told me that initially when they look at the AI, they go, "Great, generative AI. We can get rid of the people on the call center, and we'll make sure that the computer can answer the calls and deal with it." Well, people don't like to talk to computers, okay? And even generative AI is very impressive. It's not conversational, it doesn't talk about the weather, etc. when you are actually doing some kind of a call out there. What they find out that AI is very useful is to make call center operators to be much more effective, because AI can take notes better than they do. And so somebody on the call, they don't have to worry of taking notes to be able to do certain things with the customer. They can actually concentrate on the customer and ask the right questions, ask the clarifying questions, while AI is taking notes and taking actions. Okay, so it's like putting two people in each call instead of one operator, and they become much more successful. Customers has become very, very happy, and they said AI really helped us a lot because it basically it looks like we are putting two people. One, the lead, who's doing the communication with the customer. Second is taking notes, taking actions, etc. as the AI.
Fully agree. I think there's an industry where AI has been for tens of years, and I'm going to be a little bit dramatic about this, but the airline industry. If you go to a pilot, they have been having co-pilots. They have been having automatic pilots for 20, 30, 40 years. And I never seen a pilot saying, take the automatic pilot off because he's going to take my job. He's never said that.
No, exactly.
What you know is that the highest rate of mortality on an airplane flight is the moment that it takes off and lands off. Those are the moments that are really important. If you're on a 16-hour plane, the pilot will take on, he have very instruments to make it right. He'll do his best and things go right. And the moment that the plane is on the air, where he doesn't need to do the easy stuff, where he needs to rest and he needs to be ready to again land, he'll sleep and something else will do the job so he can do his job better. So I really like the term co-pilot. I think that we've been 2 years now. I would say that most of us in the industry know that AI is coming. When I talk about AI, I go and say, hey, I've been doing AI for 20 years. I don't feel that this is innovative, but I do know that it's coming and it's coming faster. And we've been trying to make this. You said something really important when we were talking is we want to do AI because we have to do AI. And that should not be that way. Why? We should be asking the whys. And we should be asking how to make things happen. I remember 2 years ago, you should have AI. And then I remember a couple of months later, no one should have AI because of security reasons. I do tend to think the co-pilot concept, at least in my perception, might be a better concept. It's not about moving you out of the picture. It's about how we make a better picture.
Let's talk about the panel and the pilot situation. Pilot is not going to go to sleep during landing and takeoff, or we are not going to do this panel with an AI, but AI may help us to prepare the presentation, to do research for us and make it sound much better. But that doesn't mean that AI is going to do the presentation itself.
Exactly. I
And
think the last time I did a presentation was 6 months ago, 8 months ago. It doesn't mean that I don't do presentations anymore.
Yeah.
It means that I do better presentations in less time.
yes, that's definitely true. A lot of the slides that I use in my presentation today is all generated. The graphics, etc., with AI is much easier to create a concept. So what about what do you see as a CTO? What is your observation is prioritization and implementation of digital transformation initiatives within traditional industries? Okay, things that you don't usually expect too much innovation in from technology perspective in there.
So it was one of the big major automotive manufacturers. He was talking about one of the electric manufacturers, the big one, and they were asking him, he was the CEO, and they said, "Are you ever going to be able to fight hand to hand to these new type of automobiles?" And he said no. And the answer was, why? If it's just a car with a electrical engine. And he said the way they're built, the way they have a horizontal integration, we will never be able to do that because we're not built that way. Everything that comes in, it's integrated, and we have a big web that it's really hard to explain, and now it's like a big Frankenstein.
Yeah.
So said that, I don't fully agree with the CEO. I think that there is a big gap, but I do think that where he's right is that if you actually want to do a digital transformation inside of your company, and let's say you're in a very analog industry, you have to spend time in understanding your business rather into being digital. So something that it's really important is make the difference between being digital and digitalization.
Yes.
So you can be digital without having to go through digitalization and the other way around.
Yeah.
So if you're in a really analog industry, sure, you can do the process. My advice is spend more time in understanding your processes, in understanding your horizontal integrations rather than developing code.
Yes.
If you are able to do that, yes, eventually you'll have a lot of code to develop, but it'll be easier.
Definitely. I mean, this is you're 100% right, and you need to look at it. I mean, you're talking about car manufacturers, but when several years ago, more than several years ago, the CEO of General Electric, GE, came up and said, "Now we are a data company." Okay, they build airplane engines, they build a lot of medical devices, etc. He says, "Yes, we are going to continue to build those things, but we are a data company, which is going to make the differentiator." And I was part of the project, for example, that we analyzed their engines going over the Atlantic Ocean, and we created a kind of a machine learning and AI project that really optimized their engines and their routes that created more than like 6-7% fuel advantage over their competition. And as you say, probably that didn't change how they built the engines, but it's an additional thing that they now see how to operate those routes that they're taking.
Fully agree.
So, what is your how much day to day you leverage AI in what sense? I mean, from learning specific examples I'm talking about, like what is your day to day use leverage of the AI, and I'll go through mine afterwards.
So I'll break it up in three different environments. One, it's Edgar myself, how much AI I use. Then it's how much my team uses it, my more technical team, and then how much my company uses AI. And I think they have to be different because our roles are different.
Yes.
I would say that now AI for me, it's an assistant. The co-pilot, I really like the concept. I use AI, I wouldn't say 100% of the time because I wouldn't use my assistant 100% of the time, but I have AI, sorry. But I do have AI, give me just a second.
Sure.
but I do use AI 100% of the time. All the time I'm using AI, right? Either for setting an alarm. He's thinking that something should have happened at this time. He know my calendar, so he's connected. I'm using AI to get a better price on my airline tickets. I'm using AI to answer a question that before I couldn't be able to answer. So I'm using AI 100% of the time. Really important. It doesn't mean that I'm 100% AI. It means that it's with me all the time. Then when I go to my team, it's a little bit different. We have been setting spaces where AI is supposed to be used. We're starting to use AI a lot in debugging. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of low code, not because I don't think it's a good thing. It's because I think it's a process. So in debugging, we're starting to use that. And we're also starting to use it more into our data science to use it as a shortcut. If we know things that will run faster, we'll do it. But for them, it's more a tool for their job rather than a co-pilot or an assistant. And finally, we have the company, the, let's say, non-technical people. On those ones, to be honest, we haven't been able to find an answer. And the reason for that, it's basically data security. We are afraid for the industry that we are in, if we say something, it'll be used to train the model, or it'll be used as an answer to someone else. So we're trying to get there. For the C-level, it's easier because it's more their daily basis questions. But for the rest of the team, even though Gemini is working on that and ChatGPT is working on that, we still feel that for their daily basis, there are security issues, and I don't want to call it that because I don't think there's a security issue, but there are things that we haven't been able to explain, and we don't want any problem with our clients that eventually something happens. But yeah,
that's very good. How I use day to day is like I like to consume a lot of information. For example, I used to be a big fan, and I'm still a big fan of a service called getabstract.com. It's mostly business books. There's so many of them comes up, but they send you a couple pages abstract of the book itself. Okay, which was a great thing because you read that 2 pages and you say, I'm interested, or this is kind of like, I'm not interested, and make your decision if you're going to actually put the time to invest further in there. That became a practice for me with the AI tools. Is whenever somebody sends me a document, I just put it through the AI and say, give me the key points, and that makes a major difference. And like anything in corporate life, that I moved to Microsoft last couple of months, and I'm part of it. There's so many parallel meetings that are happening, and I miss a lot. Okay, but now I can go to a Teams meeting and say, can you give me the abstract 3-4 points of the meeting? That was it. I look at it and I said, maybe I need to listen to this meeting. Okay. Or it's okay. I know these topics. I know the key points they made, and I don't need to listen to this meeting. I'll skip to the next one. Okay. So I start really getting information quite a lot from the different areas very quickly. And that became I become a very big consumer of that. The other one is certain countries have a lot of advances happening, and through translation and creating the summary of documents, I can really leverage other countries, other language documents much easier. That's one thing I do day to day. Secondly, I'm a bad typer. Plus, I think in the bullet points perspective. And some people don't like bullet points when I send them an email. So I put the bullet points and say to AI, just convert it into proper sentences in proper areas. And that does it for me. And it's a big time saver for me to be able to create documents much faster, create emails much faster, and much more detail in there. But there is like so many different areas that I use day to day is definitely important. I mean, I just experienced, you were talking about coding, etc. GitHub have now Copilot, okay? And I just played around with it, and I was totally surprised how much GitHub Copilot predicts what I'm trying to do, and gives me suggestions before even I'm like, oh yeah, I need to create this program to do this. Then it's already on the right hand side. There's a sample, etc. is happening. It's amazing from that kind of work. Is this means that low code or no code type of solutions is going to be dominant? Probably not at foundational level, but at a higher business level, I think it become a much more reality. The other one that is very interesting, I just saw a great demo on Copilot in Microsoft. Is a Copilot, as I said, it's not a trademark, but we have a Copilot product. It's actually Copilots now. We created a tool that creates, you create a Copilot to create Copilots. So you say, this is what I want a Copilot for. And it goes in there and creates it for you, finds the right data sources, find the right prompts, etc., and creates a Copilot for specific tasks in the organization. And this is amazing. I mean, a lot of people goes, oh, I'm in IT. Am I going to be like out of job? No, I don't think you're going to be out of job. You're going to be dealing with less tedious stuff. That repetitive, and because every department asks something similar, that you can put it in front of them and say, please do it yourself, okay? Is it going to be the best performance and most optimization? No. But then you can concentrate on the core business values that you're going to bring as a team or as an organization or as yourself.
Fully agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I think people that are afraid of losing their jobs because of new tools or new processes or new technologies. Yes, I understand why they where that fear comes from, but to be honest, it's more about not understanding the role. I think someone today said it about the difference between doing your job and understanding your role. Yes, maybe these new tools will make your job different. You'll have to do less stuff, but your role will always be there. And if you're capable of doing something in 1 second instead of 5 minutes, no one is going to be mad about that. So,
yeah. So we have a couple of minutes, but I have a last question to ask. I think this is a very valid one. Let's talk specifically your experience in ALTO. How do you bring back the customer feedback, user feedback back into the tools that you're generating?
that's really hard, and I would say that at ALTO we're really lucky. So I wouldn't say we're the best example, and the reason for that is we're what we call a tech-enabled service company. So everything that we do ends up in a service. We have people providing a service, and that gives us the opportunity to have constant feedback from our clients. So like I said, we're kind of cheating because we do have that. We have people that are all the time with our clients talking and talking. Said that, I would say that's the best way to get feedback. Now, it can be a little bit expensive. In our case, it's not, because clients are paying us to be there. So we use the time to talk to them and ask them back what's the feedback. Said that, I think that's the best way to get feedback. Clients do like to talk. And we don't usually know that. And I think that we have made a mistake by saying clients are always right. I don't think clients are always right. I think clients should always deserve to be heard, which is totally different. Clients do understand their problems. They don't necessarily understand their solutions they need.
Yeah.
So if you develop the capability to listen to your client, to create a relation to your client, they will talk and they will give you feedback. If you have that relation, it's strong enough, that feedback, that talking can become something that is valuable.
Yes.
I've had many clients that go and say, hey, I need a blue ribbon. Do you really need that? And if you have the right conversation, maybe you end up having a black box, and they just need an experience. So my advice would be that listen to your clients. If you tend to listen to your clients, eventually the noise will become good ideas. The ideas will become feedback, and at the end, if you're capable of building your features with your clients, not because of what your clients asked, but with your clients, it'll be way more efficient, and you'll lose more time, less time making changes and changing your features.
One of the things that I learned, which was very eye-opening for me, is when you are talking with your clients, etc., they don't like to be recording, obviously. Like that could be on the phone, etc. And there's a lot of legal issues goes with the actual recording of the conversation. Okay, but I find out that a lot of customers, etc., they are fine, and legally actually is not a issue. Is to transcribe the conversation. Okay, and you can actually transcribe, because transcriptions can be altered, so it's not a reference, it's not something that you go back to, but AI can analyze that transcriptions. Okay, and so I start asking my clients, is like, can we transcribe our meeting? And I said, there's not going to be any recording of it, but it's going to be just the text that comes with it that helps us to identify action items, etc. So that was an interesting legal learning that I have over a year ago. We changed really a lot on how I go into the meetings and ask them to really can I transcribe your conversation? That's an insight I find out, and definitely that creates a much easier analytics on the conversation that we have.
It's really important. Like I said, we're kind of cheating because of the relation that we have with our clients, not because we're great at it. It's because that's our job, to be really close to our clients. So I think that helps. And so when we ask them to record, given that we're so close to them, they go like, yeah, sure, just do it. But I fully understand what you're saying, and I think it's a very valuable tool, because at the end, it's a lot of information that they give you. And like I said, I think clients usually know their problem. They don't understand the solution, and that's why probably they're hiring you. And that's where we have to become better, I insist, better listeners. And I also think something that it's important is sometimes have conversations with your clients that, this might sound non-effective, but it's not, that doesn't have an objective. We usually go to a client to talk about that fire that we want to extinguish. We usually go to a client to make something better. But if you have the capability of once in a while, talk to your client about the blueness of the sky, that might bring you a lot of value.
Definitely, I agree. Last but not least, okay, tell me 3 sites that on the internet that you visit daily.
That's a hard one. So for sure, ChatGPT, it's one that I use all the time. The second one, and it might sound crazy, it's our platform, and not because it does something specific, but I think that us as CTO, we need to know our product. So I have the idea of going every day to my platform and making sure that things go better and they work properly. The third one, well, it's so many, because all the time I'm using my phone and stuff. But I would like to stay with those 2. Like I said, I am a daily user of ChatGPT, or Gemini or a Copilot. It doesn't really matter. I have the 3 of them. And second, my own platform, and not because I think it's the best. It's because I truly believe that we have to spend some time really knowing what we built. I think it was Ali that talked about the evolution of a CTO. I do remember the time that I needed to code. I stopped coding a long time ago, for the good and the bad of it. But I have to always remember that what we built, I know what we built and why we built it. So I think that's really important.
That's great.
How about you?
Well, I go to Copilot, which is Microsoft background is running ChatGPT. One of the advantages that I see over ChatGPT for international content, because what Copilot does is basically translates any kind of non-English, or ChatGPT does about 5 or 6, which is the dominant part of the internet content, but 5-6 languages. But Copilot from Microsoft does extend much bigger than that. That's why I do. Sometimes I go back to ChatGPT as well. The second I do is GitHub, and I look at it just to understand some of the groups that I am in. Interesting enough, lately I start seeing certain groups in Reddit very useful. So I do go and check daily what's happening there. What are the comments and questions other than standard bbc.coms and etc. Your site. Those are the 3 that I go and utilize.
Very cool.
With that, Edgar, thank you very much. It was great talking to you, and thank you very much for doing the panel as well. And everybody, check out the on the right-hand side. I'm out of the video otherwise. About the QR code, please leverage that and utilize it to to have the recordings and the content of these presentations. And thank you very much for Glorium Technologies to provide this platform. It's been a great insights, and I think overall Glorium Technologies not only provides a great service to a lot of different companies as there, but with this event really consolidate and work in the industry and helping startups this way.
Thank you,
Thank
Murat.
you, everyone. Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye.